Alrighty, good evening everyone, welcome back to Shadows Over Loathing. Last time we bumbled around the Crystal Dream Lake, ending up in time toilets to solve puzzles in the past and present, all to get us a Glaxton valve to unflood the lighthouse, and now the lighthouse is unflooded. So hopefully we can get that compass we were looking for, right? Nah, I bet you it's not that easy. An empty and wet bookshelf. Good thing he had his book downstairs, yes. Oop. Alright. The lighthouse keeper. So he's got his compass. Well, here we are. Welcome to where the magic happens. Magic? Sure. Fiat looks. Hey, old lighthouse keeper joke. So, can I have the compass now? What? No, certainly not. I need that. But you asked if I had an old compass, and I said I did, and that I'd show it to you. Never said nothing about giving it to you. Oh, well, I really need it. So do I. I gotta calibrate this lamp to the North Star ever so often. I need a good compass to show me which one is the North one. What if I get you a new one? Nope. I said a good one. The new ones ain't any use at all. Why not? Because of how they changed them. What? Changed the compasses? They didn't teach you that in school? Folks got short memories. It was only around turn of the century. Some Atlas company bought the patent on West and rebranded it as New North. Then they did a recall on all the compasses and issued new ones. They all point west now, and that's useless for my purposes. Alright, so west is the new north, apparently. Because this is, of course, how compasses work. Okay, well, how about I find you another old one, then? If you can find another pre-New North compass, in at least as good a condition as mine, then sure, I'll swap you. Don't really get what the point of that would be, though, since you already have one. Well, it's a long story. Oh, never mind. Here, maybe this'll help you. Most of the old compasses got radium paint on the dials, so you can read them at night. This old Geiger counter ought to be able to pick up the radiation from that. Alright, so I got a Geiger counter. Hooray! Where should I start? Well, most folks consider the old kind of compass to be trash nowadays, and if I was trash, I'd probably be at the old junkyard. Alright, so there's a location unlocked, old junkyard. Neat. Thanks. Box of spare 60-watt light bulbs. You only use 60-watt light bulbs? Don't need much, ain't that big a lake. Yeah, but it was apparently big enough to somehow flood this lighthouse, despite this lighthouse not being below sea level. None of this makes any sense. Anyway, we got a Geiger counter now. The newest innovation of the Hey Really company, this device allows you to detect radiation by making an annoying clicking noise whenever any is nearby. Hooray. Alright, so we're supposed to go to the old junkyard. But instead of that, why don't we go to the museum? Because why not? Alright, in a thickly overgrown and essentially sunless part of the woods, you happen across two large and burly vampires. They seem ticked off, they're growling menacingly, shoving each other around and so forth. Some kind of spooky territory dispute? Maybe one of them drank a tourist that the other one was saving for a special occasion. The nature of their argument is unclear. What is pretty clear is that these guys are very strong, and you'd better be pretty sure of yourself if you plan to do something before they notice you. Break it up, 5 muscle. Alright, you knuckleheads, break it up! You step between the two vampires and shove them away from each other. Vate! Hey! Don't give me none of your lip. We run a nice establishment here. You two want to fight? You can do it someplace else. Go on, get out of here. The two vampires shuffle away muttering. One of them angrily throws his hat on the ground. 12 XP and a vampire skull cap. And stay out. Alright, so, if you will recall, we had our time toilet here in the Sandwich Museum. Already, we've used it to deface a sign over here and allowing vagrants to join or to hang out by the Sandwich Gazebo. We've also debunked the theory that these pots were used, or these flower pots were used for nefarious purposes, or magic potion making. I wonder what else we can debunk by going into the past. So, let's go back into the time toilet. Officially the second worst method of what is the worst method of time travel, I have to ask? Alright. Somebody led this horse to water, but the horse is finishing the job itself. Yes, that makes perfect sense. A water trough fulfilling its destiny of hydrating a horse. Go ye fish. Better not. You might accidentally give the horse a lip piercing. Who even knows how long it'll be before those are fashionable. But I can fish in the well, both in the present and the past. Which is nice, I suppose. Just a little extra meat. Alright, well, when I say a little extra meat, I mean a little extra meat. Discarded newspaper says it's March 3rd, 1692. Yes, a few days before the last entry in that diary from Putnam House. Also coincidentally, the year of the alleged witch trials. If I go in here, door to this house is locked. If only you had some way to unlock things that were locked. A key. Well, that's a shame. I don't have one of those. Oh, hello. Come right in. Sorry, I didn't mean to intrude. Not at all. I'm always glad to have visitors when my husband is out riding the circuit. My name's Margaret Eckleburg. A pleasure. I'm Theresa Danforth. Ah, so this is the Danforth resident. A bunch of barrels. Okay. This kid's a real reader. All the titles are look pretty boring, though. What an unusual outfit. Whereabouts are you from? I guess you could say I'm from Ocean City. Oh, the big city. That must be much more exciting than our little village. Oh, don't sell this place short. The city is more modern, that's all. You said your husband's riding the circuit? What's that mean? Oh, he's a judge for the county. Most little towns out this way are too small to have their own courthouse and judge, so they save up their legal matters, and Clarence rides around and to settle things once a month or so. That must take a while. Does it get lonely while he's away? Oh, our boy Tom and I keep each other company well enough. Your husband's still out riding the circuit? Okay. I don't know why I have to ask that again immediately, but indeed, Clarence will be gone for many days, but our boy Tom and I keep each other company. Alright, what's with all the barrels then? Ugh. We won a year's supply of cream from at the last county fair. Didn't expect them to give it to us all at once. None of us even particularly care for cream. Would you care for a ladle full or even a whole barrel? Ah, no thanks, I'm good. So, the sandwich cream that they sell in this house in the future stems from the fact that they bought a bunch of, well, didn't buy, they won a bunch of barrels full of cream, and apparently it was found after whatever incident occurred here, and everyone just assumed it was the local export. Handmade bed, which was made presumably also by hand. No secret passage. There is zero reason for you to expect there to be one. That's not suspicious. Nice clean wash basin, as one would hope it would be. Fish! And hope she doesn't notice. Ah, yes, a handful of clean water. No sign of potion brewing here unless tea counts. Tea does not count. Well, actually, no. Tea is potions in this game. If we go to my potions, weak mushroom tea is in fact here and listed as a potion. But then again, so is 11-in-1 oil, spearmint taffy, hand-washing gasoline, and a bunch of other questionable stuff. Don't ask about the shadow milkshake. We don't want to deal with that. Alright. Already vandalized that sign. This leads down to the root cellar, presumably. Enter. Doors are locked with an expensive German combination lock requiring a 5-letter word. Oh, it's German, eh? F. There's no farfel. I can't put farfel in there. What's a 5-letter German word? We'll have to come back to that later. These roots are probably sour anyway. Huh, I wonder what this looks like in the past. The state-of-the-art toilet facility. Investigate. Huh, you poke your head inside, there's some graffiti scratched on the wall. Peter Proctor is a stinky duty head. Make a rubbing of it. You make a copy of the graffito for your records? I think that's supposed to say graffiti, but sure. You got an item, sandwich outhouse graffiti rubbing. I don't know why I need that, but Peter Proctor is a stinky duty head. Alright. Go here. So the cemetery has a lot fewer graves in it because, well, any of the ones that died in 1692 were still alive. Beatrice Proctor, so she died last year. Alicia Proctor, 1689, a couple years ago. The founder, Proctor, 1582 to 1644. Joseph Putnam to 1690, so a couple of years ago. Mary Ann Putnam, 1688, so not just a few years ago. Bartholomew Danforth. Nothing but a vast abyss in that direction. So, yeah, the cemetery here is obviously not as occupied because just not as many dead people. Alright, well, let's see if we can't find a clue as to what this is supposed to say. Because I really don't know. Because, like, literally not even every letter is available here. Let's sneak in here. Looks like this chessboard was abandoned mid-game. Make a move. You consider the board for a moment and make a move. Now white is winning. Too bad, black. Alright. It's an Aras depicting several heiresses. Hide behind it? You don't really have any reason to do that. I want to have a reason to do that. Excuse me, can I help you with something? No, thanks, I'm fine. What I'm getting at is, why are you in my house? Oh, I'm just, looking around? Look, I am not one to be inhospitable to uninvited guests, even total strangers, but I do have company at the moment, so if you'll excuse me, oh, sure, no problem. Can't go any further. Mrs. Proctor shoots you a stern look. Fortunately, she's too genteel to just throw you the heck out of her house. She returns to her conversation, though at a level too hushed for you to hear. Still have no reason to hide behind the Aras, but sure. So, alright, definitely doesn't look like any witchcraft happening here. But I believe it was in the church that the trial, or the alleged witch trial, was being held. So, let's, I got a bad feeling about this. A regular church altar, one of the kids has left a goopy jam sandwich lying on the corner. So, alright, those mysterious stains on the altar were just gloopy jam. That's disgusting. And then there's that sign that was partially burned. The sign is written in crayon. Oh, good, it's official crayon. Today is the trial of Patricia Williams, who stands accused of stealing Tom Danforth's pocket watch, making a dumb-looking doll, writing Peter Proctor as a stinky, rude word head on the wall of the outhouse. Ah, we saw that last one. We took a rubbing of it for our records. Huh. A group of 3 kids is gathered around a little girl holding an odd doll. Order! Order! Come on, and if we're gonna have a trial, we gotta do it properly. I don't see why we gotta have a dumb old trial anyway. We all know she's guilty. I didn't do anything. Why are you so mean to me? Continue watching. 'Cause you're weird and an outsider. I only live half a mile down the road. I was born here. Yeah, but your family's outsiders. Your father wasn't born here. My father's been here or my family's been here for like 60 generations. Closer to 4, actually, but the larger point stands. Little girl bursts into tears. Oh, God. Is this gonna go where I think it's gonna go? Intervene. Hey, you kids, what's going on here? Huh? Who are you? I've never seen you around here before. My name's Margaret. I'm, a traveler? Well, we're having a trial for that crybaby Patricia. I'm Tom, the judge. That's Delia, the jury. And Peter's the executioner. Executioner? Holy jeez, kid! Well, we're not gonna literally execute her, probably. My pa says you shouldn't decide on the punishment till after the conviction. Uh-huh. Well, how's it going? Not great. Patricia just keeps crying instead of presenting any kind of proper defense. Oh, God damn it! I see. Ma'am, will you be my attorney? Attorney. Sniffle, will you be a attorney? Oh my fucking God, I knew this was gonna happen. Every fucking time in every fucking universe. Well, that's a good idea, actually. Then you can present the case, and she can cry as much as she wants. How's she gonna pay for it? My father ain't gonna lend attorney's fees to some slandering crybaby. Why the fuck not? It's not like I get paid in any other fucking universe. I'll do it pro bono. Oh, thank you. So, what's this trial about? The defendant stands accused of 3 crimes: stealing Tom Danforth's, that is, my, gold pocket watch, defacing the public outhouse with a very rude slogan about Peter Proctor, and making a weird doll. I didn't do any of those things. You've got the doll right there. Look, it's got 3 arms. That's weird. But it was regular when I made it. She starts crying again. Okay, what do I need to do? Well, we're at the part of the trial where the defense would submit evidence that contradicts one of the charges. Alright. I'll be right back. You can't just leave. We're in the middle of a trial. Yeah, but what if I have to go? That's what I'm saying. You can't. No, I mean, what if I have to go? You know? Oh, well, look, kid, I can't just unload in the middle of a church. Jeez, lady. All right, fine. I hereby suspend the trial for a short recess. Thanks. All right, so I gotta go find some evidence of something. One thing that I know for sure, right? So I got the graffiti that was on the wall here. So that's probably important. Oops. Let's see. Now is there a reason for me to hide behind the arras? Uh-huh. You hide behind the arras, hoping the Proctors aren't genealogically Danish. Fortunately, Mrs. Proctor doesn't seem to have noticed your move. Her conversation gradually returns to a less hushed, more easily eavesdroppable volume. Let's drop those eaves. Did I mention we've been picking out some new furniture for the bedrooms? Oh, really? Yes, bureaus and armoires and such. I found a delightful little nightstand for Peter's room. It even has a secret compartment in it for when he's older and needs to hide sinful lithographs from us. How charming. How interesting. All right. So now I know that there's a nightstand with a hidden compartment in Peter's room, but I can't get to Peter's room. So let's take a look-see. I think it might be time to return to the present. Okay, so let's pop into the graveyard. Peter Proctor, he was a duty head until the very end. But there's nothing I can do there. But all of these other tombstones that were, well, all the other tombstones that were here are still here, plus a bunch more. Let's see. Wait a minute, didn't this house have a cellar? Yes, let's dig. You dig, revealing a crumbling set of stairs leading downward. You go down. Huh. Okay, so this is ancient trash and burned books and empty shelves, but what's this? These ancient chalk marks are mostly rubbed away and indiscernible. They might once have been part of an ancient ritual circle. In the middle of the circle, you see the broken pieces of an old pocket watch. Was there actually witchcraft going on here after all? Spooky, huh? Well, Dawning would never forgive me if I didn't go through here. What the? Oh, do a cat thing. X. Okay. So I think I gotta chase all of these mice into that patch over... Yeah, because they disappear when they go over there. So let's see. Man, doing cat things takes a while. Oh. I'm gonna get yous. I'm gonna get yous. Wow, that got a lot of them. I just missed those two. No, you don't, little mice. You're not gonna get away from me when I do cat things. Hello, MCH. I am a cat. Meow. I will eat this mouse. Ooh, look, a mouse. Throbbing ring of negative energy around an oversized rat shape. I don't feel the need to ask Jessica about this. Anyway, how are you, Mr. MCH? I don't know why the cat's... Look, do I know why anything does anything? No, I do not. You'd think I would be the one in charge here, but my brain really isn't. Alright. Let's see. Delia Putnam, Millicent Putnam, John Putnam. Putnam, Putnam, Putnam. Patricia, Bartholomew. Tom Danforth. Okay, so that's Thomas Danforth. I don't think there's much of anything I can do in here. I did find the busted remains of a pocket watch in that circle, though. Ancient ragdoll. Ragdoll has a bunch of old pins, blah blah blah. Flint is an old book. Appears to be someone's diary. Oh yeah, the little description in the front of the flint says Diary of Delia Putnam, so that confirms that. Mostly doesn't look interesting enough to be worth deciphering archaic handwriting and spelling. Flip through ahead to the last page. 6th of March, 1692. I hate that Peter Proctor so much. He thinks he can just go around being as mean as he wants to everybody just because he has lots of money and lives in a big house and all. Should have used a much stronger curse and it would have been worth the trouble. Wait a minute, this handwriting matches the graffiti from the outhouses. Aha! Tear the page out. You look over your shoulder and see the guard watching you. You're going to have to distract him if you want to get away with tearing a page out of this book, and get away with the page you tore out of the book. Okay. Security guard's keeping a close eye on things in here, which honestly isn't very difficult since there's only 2. Hi there. Asking about the exhibits? Excuse me, dude. Sorry, ma'am, I just get paid to stay in here and keep an eye on things. I don't actually know anything about the exhibits. Well, I guess that won't work. Alright, well, what if I try to bewitch him? Look into... Sorry, ma'am. I just get paid to stay in here and keep an eye on things. I don't actually know anything about the exhibits. Darn it! He's too stupid to be hypnotized! Okay, this ragdoll has a bunch of old pins and needles. What if I pull out some of the pins? You discreetly pull a bunch of pins out of the doll, drop them onto the floor. Fortunately, isn't quite enough in here for the guard to have heard that. Sweet. Alright, so with the pins on the ground, tell him about the exhibits. No, not tell him about the pins. Hey, a bunch of pins fell out of that doll. Sorry, ma'am, I just get paid to... What did you say? Some of the pins fell out of that weird voodoo doll or whatever. That might be dangerous. Someone could step on them. Ah, geez. He goes over to the display and starts picking up pins off the floor. Nice, that'll keep him distracted for a bit. Alright. Tear the page out. You clear your throat loudly to cover the sound of paper tearing and stuff it up your sleeve while flipping back to the front of the book. You got an item. Page from Delia Putnam's diary. Leave. Mostly doesn't look interesting enough, so you flip ahead to the last page. Oh, look at that! The last page has been torn out. By some history-hating scoundrel, no doubt. Sure. Better stay back, ma'am. The floor here is hazardous. Alright, so I got evidence of... something. Chessboard has clearly been left out on display as an allegory between the battle of good versus evil. Wow, MCH, are you just hearing me ask you how you're doing? Because that's a big delay if you're just hearing that. White is winning, representing the triumph of the witch hunters over the town's terrifying witch cult. Okay, good. Good, because I was worried for a second there. So you'll recall that I switched it so that white was winning, but before black was winning. Ah, you just delayed the thought. Okay, look. That's fair. That's fair. All right. Let's see. Can I find any clues in here? No. Mrs. Proctor's bedroom is especially off limits. All right. Mr. Proctor's bedroom, still nothing. This was the bedroom of Peter Proctor, the only child of Nicholas and Abigail Proctor. Okay, can't go in there. And I still don't understand how this room is not part of that. I mean, I understand how it's not part of the tour. I just don't know how it's not part of the fucking house. That's confusing. Can I go in here? This velvet rope is keeping you out of Peter's room, despite the fact that you have legal authority to search it. Kind of. Get rid of it. You unhook the velvet rope and stash it somewhere out of mind. So you don't get to keep the velvet rope, but you can go into this room. Half-height-looking dressing mirror, and again, you can change your facial expressions if you want to. A custom child height window. Wow, this kid has his very own sculpture of a toy box. It's solid mahogany. Okay. This child's bed from 100 years ago is still nicer than any bed you've ever owned. Isn't that the truth? Oh, what was this? Peter Proctor's nightstand, you presume. Search it. The only thing inside is a sheet of paper listing several things that have been taken away by the Historical Society for Restoration and Cataloging. A bag of fancy glass marbles and steel ball bearings, a fake spider made of horsehair and copper wire, stuff like that. Nothing that seems relevant to the trial. Ah, but we heard about the hidden compartment. You reach inside the drawer and feel around until you find the little catch that makes the secret compartment pop open. Hello, Normans. Thank you for stopping by. You got an item. Severed ragdoll arm? Huh? What is this? Okay. This seems suspicious. But isn't the problem with Patricia's doll that it has too many arms? Yeah, it had 3 arms. There's the page from Delia Putnam's diary. Just quotes what it said. And it again quotes what this says. So, alright, I seem to have... Oops. Close. I hit that button by mistake. I seem to have found something about a pocket watch. I also seem to have found... Well, so okay, I found the destroyed remains of a pocket watch here. And a Hujima thingets, but... That's just life. I'm not sure that I have everything I need, though. So one thing I want to try, let's go back to the lighthouse. Oh, good. Spider. Break free and escape. I could fight it, right? I do have my spider count, but... Let's take the bus back to Ocean City. And there's a couple of things I can do while back here. So I might have completed a job for the mob, right? Because I went to the hardware store and painted stuff. Alright, and shook up the paint. So it looks like I've received some payment. A fresh briefcase sits atop the nightstand along with a fresh note. Take/read. The note reads, Margaret, congratulations on your successful shakedown. You will be contacted with another request in due timeliness. DT. You got an item, briefcase full of meat. Hooray! Oops. Not the button I went to click. Like a cow, this briefcase is flesh surrounded by leather. Unlike a cow, it has brass latches and handle. Open. Open the case. Now that's a lot of gabagool. 400 meat this time. So last time it was only 300. Now it's 400. Working for the mob pays well. Then I want to stop by a couple of other places. The Ocean City Watchful Eye. I'm wondering if there's any new date that I got from looking at that newspaper in the past. No. Does not seem like it. Ah, yes. I thought there might be something here. I guess I was wrong. Do I have any new hats to show off at the boardwalk? I don't remember. What are my stats also? Nah, I only have 6 muscle. Hats. What hats do I have? Oh yeah! 2 more. No, wait, 1 more. Might as well. Hey, welcome back, baby. Let me see that hat you're wearing. What is that, a vampire skull cap? Perfect, I love it. Quick, here's your meat, baby. Spend it in good health and come back soon, okay? All right. Huh. Well, that does actually, for some reason, give me 6... Or, sorry, give me 7, so... You know what? Hey, look who it is, ready for the level 3 challenge? Chief, all I gotta do is knock over this stack of lead milk bottles with the beanbag while walking a tightrope and playing me a chess. Do I have to win? Well, yes. Are you good at chess? I came in second at the state championship this year. Ready to take me on? All right. You climb up onto the tightrope and carefully inch your way across while calling out your chess moves. Fortunately, the height gives you a good view of the board. As you reach the end, you hurl the beanbag full force at the stack of milk bottles. Knight to e7, clatter. Checkmate. Well, I'll be damned. I'll admit it, kid. You snookered me pretty good. Here's your prize. I got a sticky hand on a stick. Hooray! I forgot that the vampire hat increased my muscle. Oh, no. That is plus 30 to item drops, which makes a certain degree of sense. I still don't have a better one than my comfy, uncursed fedora at the moment. So he's going to want 9 in everything next, and I just don't have that capability. Let's see. Shove past them. I don't think there's anything else to do here. In fact, I'm pretty sure there isn't. Right, there's no more... Yeah, no more mana-enriched flour. And I used up all of mine to create the familiar that I'm not even going to use. Which... Oh! Well, well, well. This was this was certainly a possibility. Yep, going back to other areas, you may encounter these voids. Not that one. This one. So there's another friendly little void for me to stick my hand in. Oop, I got the shadow bomb. By the way, I do apologize. I know that you're hearing my controller vibrate a heck of a lot more in a lot of my recent streams. That's because I keep it on the table where I can more easily manipulate it with my 1.5 hands. Ah, excellent. Vicky Aluminum, who just came by to see me and tell me that I'm an inspiration because I have zero idea what it is that I'm doing. Excellent. What are the odds that another... Oh! 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 Hey! Get back in there and reach inside that void and get some shadow wine. Oop. For the love of Arceus. This is what I get for trying to do too many things at once. Alright. I don't think there better not be one of those by the Tin Lizzies. Ah, no. Looks like Big Liz is safe. Let me check the warehouse just to be sure. Good. Make a couple more of those. I love getting anarchists' hardware. Oh, I'm out of anarchists' hardware. Alright, well that's fine. I wonder if there's something by Gideon's. Do someone's homework. That's fine. I do not know whether there's... I recall seeing them in areas that I'd previously been in before, so I figure I might as well stop by and take a look-see. Because you can get some shadow items from there, and, well, I technically haven't said what the shadow items are for, and I don't feel like I'm going to. Hey, but I'm floating around. It's not like I'm making any noise. But yeah, no. You can never do anything in there. I think the hobos are all safe from the, I'm pretty sure I was here after I brought Creamy Steve here. Sorry, I didn't mean to poke the phone, but... You know, everything is fine. Let's go to Goldwake Park, then. Sure, have a match. There might be some... There's a lot of places to check here, so there could be easily a little friendly void hanging around. Who knows? Probably not. Like I said, I'm decidedly not an expert with this game, like I am with West of Loathing. Okay. Doesn't seem like there's anything in here, but again, a lot of places that I can go in this place, so... You never know where a little void might be hiding. What's this? Oh, good. I did, in fact, make that rock feel better about itself. Nothing in here. This is where I found the Yachians. Aha! Another shadow hot dog. Excellent. Hot dog. Well, no, actually. The shadow milkshake is the best one for me, and I've only gotten one of those so far. Which kinda sucks. Oh right, I haven't fished here yet today. So it's a good thing that I came back. Alright. A little extra meat is a little extra meat. Not that I'm suffering in that department, mind you. And yeah, I'm pretty sure, yeah, I've already found what I needed to find from here. Get zappified by the Tesla coil and Edison coil fighting. That's fine. Did I go back to Dirch's house? No, but I'll get meat shoved in my mouth because some idiot thinks I'm a payphone again. God, I love this game. Just a bunch of bottles and nothing else doing here. There shouldn't be anything where the no house is. Yeah, and there was never any house here. Ah, hello there, Melanie Iron. Thank you for the meat. Let's see. There was one of the actual portals here. So I don't think I'm going to find a... Yeah, there was this thing here. So I don't think I'm going to find the little void there. Same thing, I suppose, with the no house. I mean, after all, there was never actually any house there. And nobody can prove otherwise, so... Can I fish? I can probably fish in the sink again right now. Yeah, I think we're basically done here. It just I swear there was something that I had to do in Ocean City to resolve that issue. No, I've already been to Snackle Mills. It was the fridge factory that I needed to go to, or that I wanted to go to. I don't think there's going to be a portal or a little tiny friendly void there, because this was where the whole fucking shadow business took place in the first place, but you never know. Yeah, no, it would not be in here. It would have been outside if there was one. I will never be able to do anything with that booze, which is very sad. I should investigate St. Polycarp's just to see. Oh, goddamn. Well, there was no choice but to fight those, so... Alright. Well, good. Now, spooky damage is not so good. Because, like, as far as elements go, yeah, it's not physical, but those things do have spooky armor, so it's not so good. To be fair, though, this one's basically fainted, so blast it with a Parmesan missile, hit that one with the spider wand, and, or not the skull wand, and we're good. Alfina continues to grow stronger. I'm telling you, that mosquito is probably, hands down, the best. The absolute best familiar that you can get. Like, you would think that the mosquito sucks. And yes, it does. That is the whole point. That is, in fact, the entire point. Okay, good. I thought for a moment maybe something was attacking the cathedral, but no, that's everywhere back in Ocean City. Oh wait, I haven't gone to see Marvin, but honestly, I don't think there's going to be one there. Yeah, no, this is just Marvin sitting on his... Quiet, you! And I've already said that, you can't really do anything with those guys. So back to Plunkett Street. I do not need a paperclip. Alright, back at the bus stop. There's gotta be something I can do. Yes, squeeze the rocks. Voice is your history of rocks professor who taught you greasy rock squeezing technique. Good, good. Squeeze the rocks. So let me ask you about... No, I can just see what's for sale. By the way, I can pull out some of the pins again. I really don't have to, because I've already gotten what I needed from there, but... Is there anything in here that might be interesting? No. But I know what that sign says. And yeah, the old and dilapidated church altar, there are some brown splotches on that corner that are quite probably old jam. Not bloodstains. Okay. I already read the footnote. I already saw that. Peter Proctor, duty head until the very end. The Putnam family. Alright, let's go back in time again, because I think I forgot to do something. Which is entirely possible. Aha! I ran into Tom at the church, playing with the other kids. He seems like a real smart cookie. Oh my, yes, he takes after his father, always got his nose in a book. It'd be nice if they got to spend more time together, but the pocket watch Clarence got Thomas for his birthday has helped. Pocket watch? Yes, a fine gold pocket watch to help keep track of when he'd be back, Clarence said. Tom really cherishes it. You know, the boy said he'd want it to be buried with that watch. Aha! So, alright. But I'm pretty sure there actually is a pocket watch in here. No E? Some of the other ones have E. Okay, hang on. Man, I have no idea what this is supposed to be. Hey, do you know what the combination of the root cellar is? Can I hide behind here to find out? No. But alright, so we got some vital information that Thomas Danforth wants to be buried with his pocket watch. So... let's see. Dig up his grave, sure. This can't go wrong. Well, hell, look at that. Tom got his wish after all. Got an item, Tom Danforth's pocket watch. There we go. This gold pocket watch has to my son Tom on his 12th birthday engraved on the inside of the lid. Well, alright then. So I believe that I should have everything that I need for this trial, hopefully. Well, I still don't know about that frickin' extra doll arm, but I've got Danforth's pocket watch back, even if I had to go grab it from the future. I proved that somebody else wrote the graffiti. And I don't know what the hell the deal is with the dumb doll, but I've got an arm. Ugh, 3 doll arms. Okay, I'm back. Where were we? Patricia's accused of stealing my pocket watch, vandalizing the outhouse, and making a weird and asymmetrical 3-armed doll. I promise I didn't. Promises don't count in a court of law. You've got to prove it. But it's okay, Patricia. I've got this. I have evidence that proves Patricia didn't steal the pocket watch. Well then, present it to the court. Here it is. This is your pocket watch, right? Hey, yeah, it is. Wow, thanks. Where did you find it? I'd really rather not say. It isn't evidence if you don't tell us where you found it. It might have been in her house or something. Alright, well, I found it in your grave. ... What? I'm a time traveler from the future. I heard your mom say that you love that pocket watch so much, you want to be buried with it when you die. So I went back to my time, dug up your grave to see if you were, and you were, and there it is. That's crazy. You're crazy. Possibly, but it is true. And the fact that you were buried with that watch, Tom, means you eventually would have found it wherever you lost it. So Patricia didn't steal it. Tom squints at the watch in thought, then winds it and holds it up to his ear. It still works. The finest craftsmanship, still working after 236 years. They won't make them like that anymore. Okay, but this doesn't prove Patricia didn't take it. Maybe I found it in her house, or she will give it back to me, or something. Maybe, but it's a closed loop now. We can never know how you would have gotten your watch back, because now you got it back because I just gave it to you. And isn't that all you really wanted, was to get your watch back? You never really believed Patricia stole it. I would like to know what happened to it, but yeah, you're right. Sorry, Patricia. I hereby withdraw my accusation. Thanks. So where does that leave us? Since you solved the matter of the pocket watch, kind of, Patricia's just accused of vandalizing the outhouse and making a weird 3-armed doll. Alright, well I have evidence that proves Patricia didn't write the graffiti. Alright, let's see it then. Ahem. I have here 2 pieces of paper. This one is a rubbing from the outhouse showing the graffiti in question. Peter Proctor is a stinky... Yes, that's the graffiti in question, alright. Grr! My father basically owns this crummy town. You won't get away with this slander, Patricia. Technically, it's libel, not slander. What is the other piece of paper? This is a page from someone's diary. Someone who clearly thinks Peter Proctor is a stinky duty head. And if you compare the handwriting to the graffiti, they're a perfect match. Wow, they sure are. Whose diary is this from? The diary this came from belongs to... Delia Putnam! J'accuse! What? Give me that. She snatches the diary page away from you. Wait a minute, I don't remember writing this. Hey, this is dated 3 days from now. The paper is really old too. What's going on here? I already told you guys I'm from the future. I stole this from a museum. My diary was in a museum? Wow. So you admit that, yeah, I wrote the graffiti. Yeah, whatever. It isn't libel if it's true, right? Hey! Yes, that is correct. And in any case, the charge against Patricia is hereby dropped. You do owe someone an apology, though, Delia. Yeah. Not you, duty head. She means Patricia. Sorry, Patricia. It was Peter I was mad at. I didn't mean to get you in trouble for it. It's okay. He is a duty head. Hey! What's next? You cleared Patricia on most of the charges. Only thing left is the matter of her making a weird three-armed doll. Well, what's wrong with that? So she has a weird doll, so what? Because you can't just go around being weird and different all the time, no matter how much you want to. Ma and Pa say it ain't proper. Yeah, it's just part of the social contract. Alright, well, did you sign a contract, Patricia? I didn't sign anything, I promise. It's not that kind of contract. Okay. I have evidence concerning the doll, I guess? You guess? That doesn't sound very evidential. What did you find? Well, I found this little arm that looks like it was torn off of a rag doll. But if Patricia's already has 3... Oh, let me see. Oh, yes, this is mine. Look. Patricia holds up her doll, showing you the stitches where she fixed the hole left by the torn-off arm. Wait, your doll was originally a regular 4-armed one? Uh-huh. I made it based on yours because I thought it was neat. Hang the fuck on. A 4-armed doll is regular in 1692? Not everywhere, but around here, yeah. I get so bored. I mean, I wanted something different, so I made a doll with 4 arms. But I'm not allowed to be different, so I had to tell Ma and Pa it was the regular fashion for dolls, and I don't know, it just became a thing. I think I get it? So you were mad because you thought Patricia had out-differented you by having an asymmetric doll. Yeah, I'm sorry, Patricia. That wasn't fair. Your doll's really good. I like it better than mine. Aw, thanks. I forgive you, Delia. Our dolls can hug and make up. Hee hee. Say, that's funny. I just noticed the fabric on the missing arm has gone all stiff. Like it's really old or something. Yeah, I brought it back here from the future. Where did you find it? We haven't really resolved what happened. Who cares? It's just a stupid rag doll. If your parents had any money, you two could have had real dolls instead of making your own out of trash. I found it in a secret compartment in Peter's nightstand. Well, why you? Yeah, that figures. Not surprising in the least. Charge dismissed. So, what's left? Everything's been accounted for. Congratulations, Patricia. You've been acquitted of all charges. Oh, thank goodness. Thank you, Ms. Margaret. No problem. I was happy to help. Is there anything we can do for you in return? Well, there is one thing I'm curious about. Do you kids know anything about witches? Witches? You mean like black magic, consorting with the devil, that kind of thing? Yeah. Check out this rube who thinks witches are real. Yeah, that's just scary stories parents tell their children to make them go to bed on time. So, no witches, no witch trials, nothing like that. Nope, not that I've ever heard of. And my dad travels the whole region in his court circuit. Okay, thanks. So, no witches. Kids are all hanging around and chatting amicably. It's nice to see them getting along. Ask to borrow Delia's house key? Yeah, this is suspicious. Hey, Delia, can I borrow the key to your house? Excuse me? I need it for a time travel thing. She probably wants to burglarize you and make a killing on the antiques market in the future. That wouldn't work. If you took something from now into the future, it would still be new. Antiques aren't valuable unless they go the long way round. Look, why do you actually want my house key? Well, I'm not exactly sure, but apparently your house catches fire sometime in the future. I think it might be a good idea to prevent that. Wow. Yeah, I agree with you. Unfortunately, I lost my key when I was out playing in the countryside. Do you have some kind of magic future way to find lost keys? Well, maybe I'll think of something. But yeah, no, that's all you can do over here, but you have, in fact, resolved this issue. Damn it, I hate that this thing constantly shakes. I really am sorry about that. There is a significant date or something that helps you figure out the password for this. It's the same one every time. I just, honestly, for the life of me, can't remember what it is. It's not an actual word either, which is why I can't remember. But there is a way to get down there. Alright, so Delia said that I can find her key somewhere around here. You spend a little time poking around in the woods near Sandwich Village, hoping to find Delia's lost house key. You give up quickly, though, as finding a 230-year-old needle in a haystack miles wide seems unlikely. Maybe you'll come across something later that will help? Some kind of lost metal finding device? Until then, this is clearly a wild goose chase. Did manage to find some funky fungus spores, at least. Alright, so trying to find Delia's house key right now ain't gonna work. If we can find a metal detector, though, maybe that will help. So we'll keep the tortoise located at the museum for now, because we ain't done there. Let's head off to the junkyard. Oh hey, it's your past self over there. Here's your chance to hand over that crate of old bandages. Wait, I don't have them! Shoot, yeah, you gotta get the crate. You haven't gotten the crate from Charles Wallace yet. Oh, right. Gotta close that loop, don't I? I knew there was something I was forgetting over in Ocean City. And yes, I know that I don't have to go back to the lighthouse or anything like that in order to actually use the bus stop. But I just feel, first of all, wandering around gets you more XP. Second of all, it just doesn't feel right calling the bus from anywhere. Maybe I'll stop doing that at some point. But hey, Charles. Ask about the bandages. Did Murray leave a crate of antique bandages in the back somewhere? Yep. Say, how'd you know about that? It's a long story. Actually, it's a pretty short story, but it's one that makes me sound insane. Can I have them? Sure thing. Goes into the back and returns with an all-too-familiar crate. Crate of antique bandages. Thank you. Don't mention it. Can I open that one too? I can, but I probably better not. Any message? Oh, any messages from the Mafia? No. No more payment from the Mafia because I haven't done anything else for them. Alright. Now back to Crystal Dream Lake. And if I find my past self again, I can deal with that. I'm not even paying attention to these random encounters anymore. Again, there is a relatively short list for each area, so... Pile of trash, especially appealing to flies. Isn't that lovely? But I've got that Geiger counter out. Oh, hey, there's something shiny in this pile of trash. Grab it. Ring. St. Stilton's Signet Ring. What does that do? Ah, that's nice. I've got... Holy guacamole. I've got 233 unspent XP. Alright, how am I going to do this? I can almost get both Fingers of Fontina and Mind Over Munster. I will get Fingers of Fontina first, ironically ending up completing my Mysticality skills after both Moxie and Muscle. That's alright. I'm sure there will be more battles for me to have somewhere around here. I need 3 stench armor to dig through that. This ring belonged to Saint Stilton, whose sacrifice was so great as a merit to have an entire cheese named after him. Isn't that great? Radio must be solar powered or trash powered. Dig through this with my 3 stench armor. Oh, congratulations! It's the worst pair of pants you could have ever imagined. Yay! You got an item. Trash-soaked pants. That's disgusting. Very disgusting. So disgusting that I need to grab a cup of tea to make up for this. I will BRB. Alright, I'm back. Let's take a look at these trash-soaked pants. Plus 20 to meat drop, so wearing these pants makes you wish you could afford better pants. So because you wish you could afford better pants, you get, or you it just increases your meat drops, I guess. Accessories was what I wanted to change. I don't need the thingy anymore. So I can go back to this. Yeah. Uh-oh. This hobo is trying to wrestle a stove out of this pile of trash. Interesting. Talk to him. Howdy, I'm Beanie. Hiya, Beanie, I'm Margaret. What are you up to? Trying to get this stove so I can haul it back to our hobo camp outside of Ocean City. Oh, you know about the camp? Yep, I'll be cooking up a mess of beans once I get that stove in back there, let me tell you. Well, let me ask him about hobo code first. Alright. So, do you know any hobo code you can teach me? Sure. Heck, I know about a dozen different symbols for beans. Wouldn't one be enough? They all look pretty similar now that you mention it. Hobo code knowledge increased, now let's help him get that stove out with 5 muscle. With assorted grunting and heaving, the two of you managed to yank the stove free. Phew! Thanks a million, pal. Now I just gotta drag this back to camp and I'll be in beansness. 15 XP. See you around, Beanie. Alright, so if I did help him out before asking him for hobo code, I'd have to go back to the hobo camp and ask him about hobo code there, which is not something... I mean, it's something that I will do, but... Ooh, sleaze armor. Do I have the waxed slacks? Come to think of it... I do not. Well, I don't have the book that I was thinking that I had. Do I have the waxed slacks, though? I think I do. That's only 2 sleaze armor. Do I have anything else to increase my sleaze armor? Lip balm. Alright, no, I can do this. It seems like all the wettest, slimiest trash has been sorted into this pile. Search it. You grab a nasty old spoon from the pile and use it to dig through the gloop. You don't find anything, so you just keep the spoon. I don't know why you would keep that spoon, but you did. Got an item, nasty spoon. Well, I'll tell you why you keep that item. Because that's mysticality plus 3 sleaze damage. And it is like I said, right? The skull wand is okay. Actually, if we go to weapons. Right, mysticality plus 3 spooky damage, mysticality plus 3 sleaze damage. From the looks of this, the spoon has been used to eat a lot of unspeakable chowders. You want the elemental damage. You absolutely do. Which is why, right, even though the Star Wand reduces mysticality by 2, the shadows it'll cap it at 3 or at 5 damage. The shadows also have some kind of spooky resistance, so the hot damage, cold damage, sleaze damage, or stench damage are your best bets to go after the shadow creatures. So that's actually a good thing that you got. Back to the reporter's cufflinks, and back to Shiobata's pants. Getting my mysticality up to maximum. But we're not done here, because we're here looking for a compass. So I guess the only thing to do is I don't think that I can get into this burning pile. Oh, never mind. Heated fishing rod cooks the trash from the inside. There's a hot rod. Trash is left medium rare, but a connoisseur would eat it well done. So the hot rod does mysticality plus 2 hot damage. It's not bad. It's for some reason a magical damage as well, but the nasty spoon is better because it's mysticality plus 2, mysticality plus 3, and either of those elements are going to be good for dealing with the shadow creatures. This opening leads to an underground labyrinth of filth. Unfortunately, your Geiger counter is ticking faintly, so you're probably going to have to go in there if you aren't wearing your favorite anything. Well, I am in fact wearing all of my favorite clothing. I could remove all of my clothing, but that's honestly not going to help me. Turns out this garbage dump is much deeper and older than it initially appeared. Huge rooms and tunnels have been carved out of the trash, like the worst archaeological dig imaginable. And just to make a bad scene even worse, looks like a whole gang of those horrible little fairies have made a home in here. Ugh. There is an unironically half-buried shovel here. Take it. So that's another shovel that I can get. I can go... Well, that's back... Yeah, I was going to say that's back out. So what's back here? Uh-huh. The wall... This wall of trash is riddled with fairy tunnels. This tunnel is big enough to accommodate you if you can muster the flexibility, and assuming you're neither claustrophobic nor germophobic. Well, that's fine. Ringing this bell would certainly stir up some angry fairies. Sure, why the hell not? Another fight. Another 2 spiders. Even if one of them gets knocked out almost instantly. God, Margaret's stench is just way too powerful. Alright, so what have we here? A fairy pine needler. We can ditch her with the sleaze damage. And then honestly, where's my... Yeah, Stilton Splatter. Clean this pile of trash of a few terrible fairies. Got squirrel cheese, fairy cake, a wand core, and Alfina grows stronger. So the wand core over here will take any weapon and turn it into a wand, which uses mysticality to determine its damage. So if we find something that looks like a very powerful weapon and we want to use it, but it's not my mysticality, I can make it my mysticality, similar to those gun parts, right? So the gun parts will make any weapon into a gun, which uses moxie. There's also an equivalent that makes things into a melee weapon. I don't remember what it is. It might be like a handle or something. Anyway, ring the bell again. Ding ding, more spiders. Alright. Deal 5 damage to everybody. Deal 5 damage to everybody again. Well, let's say 3 people again. Swear at the spider. And hit that thing with a spoon. Fairy knife, fairy cake. Oh, I should also have enough XP at this point for that. So, alright. I do not have lapidary empathy, but honestly, I have enough materials as is, so I'm not too worried about that. More spiders. Fairy wackadoo. 6, 12, and 5. Okay, so this'll do that. And then it'll do that. AP is just so... It's such a very good commodity here. Because you can see how much damage I can do. What is the fairy charm? Huh. An accessory. What fairies lack in charm, they make up for in... Well, I was going to say it making jewelry, but this thing is honestly pretty crappy. +3 to magical weapon attacks. So that will reduce my mysticality by 1, but it increases my weapon damage by 3. So I think that's a net of +2, which is fun. Cleared out the fairies, at least for now. There'll probably be more fairies if you come back tomorrow if you want that for some inexplicable reason. So again, just like the spiders at Beppo's Hole, you can't do that infinitely. You squeeze into the burrow and wriggle your way through a series of nasty trash tubes. Eventually the garbage beneath you collapses, depositing you above a different chamber. Wait, above it? Oh, oh boy. A foot from a big statue. That's about how far away... That's how far you are away from this, and what it is, it seems pretty depressed. Talk to it, psychogeologist. You listen to the statue. It's sad about the passage of time, but you manage to make it feel a little better by reminding it that it's still a really big, really strong foot. It gives you some toe jam as a gesture of thanks. Powerful grit and 5 XP. Hooray. There's a fence over here. Someone threw away an entire fence. That doesn't make any sense. Fairies. So a whole flock of fairies here armed with rusty needles. It almost seems like they're practicing their fencing skills. Fighting style is so chaotic it's hard to tell. Attack the fairies! It almost is a shame that Alfina can't heal herself. Alright. Splatter. Good, good. Splatter again. Not exactly who I wanted you to splatter, but that's fine. You've only got 2, so we'll... And again, it doesn't matter. I could Stilton whatever, but... Yeah, see, now I'm up to 30 damage with this. So I think I'm good. Alfina grows stronger. Wasn't that lovely? Oh god, I'm stuck in a trash maze. I have no idea where the heck I am. Ooh, this looks fun. Holy dang, somebody threw away a perfectly good cow skull. They're rare as heck, considering there haven't been any cows in this country for more than 30 years. Grab it. Okay, I got a mounted cow skull. Where is this? Oh, hi! Molly seems to be practicing some kind of dance with a lot of quick movements and hopping around. What's up? Working on your dance moves? Sure, kinda. Except this dance ain't about cutting a rug. Hee. She makes a sharp gesture and the blade of her flick knife snaps open. It's about cutting a... You know, an enemy of some sort, see? Right, yeah, I get it. Molly will now act earlier in combat. Nice. Well, good for you, Molly. Okay, so wait a minute. I think this was the front where I... So, this is the room with all of the... Yeah. A lot of fairies in that direction, flitting around, giggling maniacally, occasionally saying things in other people's voices you can assume are those people's last words. Only one can laugh maniacally here, and that's me! Probably. Anyway, so you can see Molly is now actually going first, because it said she will now act earlier in combat. So, let's see. You can kneecap the gunmother. Yeah, explode on everything. That's fine. You did barely any damage. And in point of fact, I get that damage healed up immediately. Now, you've got 15, you've got 6, you've got 7. There's only 3 of you, so... Alaka Stilton... Abracafor whatever... And now it's just you with 5 HP. I'm gonna effing swear at you. You won. With those fairies out of the way, you can get to the northern tunnel. Wait, is that north? The leftern tunnel. Yeah, excellent. Probably. Well, there's a loose coat hanger. Good. Wire coat hangers are helpful for getting into cars and picking locks and shit. Alright, so here's a side tunnel. Sign half buried that has hobo code knowledge on it. Okay. Code reads, what is junk, really? Wow, this really makes you think. 10 XP. Huh. Thinking in a pile of stink. Room is positively swarming with fairies. There must be something pretty good over there, or at least something fairies think is pretty good, which is an opinion you might or might not share. Well, whatever. Little fairies, little goblins... They probably have some kind of opinions that overlap, maybe. Alright, so Molly might want to take out the gunmother again. Well, no, I think the twig thumpers are probably more of a... but she can only do 8 damage to those because of physical armor resistance. So yeah, let's just have you take out the fairy gunmother. And that was the Mushminder, Fairy Kablamo. Alfina will only heal you. Again, it's kind of unfortunate, because I wish she'd heal up Molly there, but oh well. Good, good. Excellent. So you've got a lot of HP left still. You've only got 4. I'll take you out. Then I'll clobber this guy. And those 2 are dead basically as soon as it's Molly's turn, or as soon as it's Margaret's turn again. Well, okay, one of them's gonna die here, but like... Alright, shoot him. Good job, Molly. There's another wand core and squirrel cheese. What does squirrel cheese do? Increases Moxie by 1. Fairies keep squirrels away the way we keep cows. One can only hope that someday they will face a similar reckoning. Uh-huh. Whoa! Someone has thrown away a perfectly good giant novelty piggy bank. Smash it? Sorry, piggy. Hey, whoever threw this out didn't take out their meat for... Well, that was stupid. 240 meat. What is this? Alright, so I can't go any further there. Part of the nothingness is missing here. Uh-oh. Oh, no, there was a brain in there. Well, I don't like this game. Throbbing ring of negative energy around a smaller, less throbbing ring of negative energy. Always telling me that I need to ask Jessica. I can't think of things by myself. What do I need Jessica for, anyway? Harumph. Alright, so what's over here? A toilet. Alright, I know what to do here. Where's my hot rod? Fish in the toilet. What do we get? A wet fez. Huh. Toilets usually don't have fezzes in them. Very true. Plus one. Ooh. Plus 1 mysticality, plus 3 hot armor. But plus 8 max HP when I don't exactly have a ton of HP, right? I've only got 23 HP. If I subtract 8, well, I go back to 15, and I mean, I guess nothing's really hitting me, but still. Alright, well, I can at least flush the toilet, gain 30 XP. They should really get a plumber out here. Now, this. It's very late in today, and this is a one-time thing that you can do. It won't, like, you can do it once, it doesn't have to be today, so I would recommend saving that for another day. Soaking in that tub will actually give you plus 1 muscle, plus 1 moxie, plus 1 mysticality. So it's actually quite good to do, but once you do it once, the water becomes lukewarm, and you can never do it again. So, keep that in mind. Have I been through here yet? Yes, that's where I just came from, stupid. Alright. And I've been here. Yep, that's where the bell is. And what's back here? Aha, fascinating. So what's this? A teetering stack of crates is holding up part of the ceiling here. Kick it? That sounds safe. The trash has collapsed into an unsafe staircase-like keep. That was extremely lucky. Wasn't that good? But I need to find a compass. So I'll go back there when I found a compass. Man, the Geiger counter really is going crazy over here. This was where I found that cow statue thing, or the cow head, which, by the way, I never looked up the description for that. It's always hard to tell whether one of these is part of a normal cow somebody killed for sport, or the entirety of a horrible floating cow skull somebody killed in self-defense. This would look great in your room. Yes, it would. Alright, come on. I see that clicking. I feel that clicking. Aha! Geiger counter is really going nuts. This must be the spot. Dig. Just beneath the surface, your shovel strikes the top of a crate. Geiger counter continues its irritating clickery. Stomp through the crate lid. You give the top of the old crate a mighty stomp and end up ankle-deep in compasses. It's better than being ass-deep in cumpicles. Or cumpankles. And being ankle-deep in compasses is better than being ass-deep in cumpankles. That's what you always say. Anyway, enough jokes. You grab the least ruined-looking compass, got an item, old compass. You also breathe a sigh of relief as you turn off that annoying Geiger counter. Now, back to the lighthouse. Yes. This is an old compass from back before they changed which way is north. Yeah, changing which way is north was a bad idea. Alright, so climb up here, and it takes you to over here. So now there's 2 ways back into that tunnel. The way you originally went in, and this way that you kind of kicked in. But back to the lighthouse. Off the side of the dirt road you're walking down, you see a pile of greasy rocks. Yes, yes, history of rocks, professor. Squeeze the damn rocks. And at the lighthouse... What did this say? Most lighthouses have a somewhat bigger lamp. Yes. Hello again. You find that old compass you were looking for? I sure did. Here, what do you think? Could use a polish, but it seems in good condition. Alright, I'll swap you. Let me get that old Geiger counter back from you, too. Got an item, cursed compass. Thanks. Yep, no problem. Get along now. Got a lot of important nothing to take care of. Leave. Gives you a polite nod, but doesn't seem to have anything else to say. Yeah, yep. He's got a lot of important nothing to take care of. Alright, so the cursed compass is what we were spending all of the time for. It is an accessory. Compass always points to the evil version of north. I can equip that. Alright, push through the woods into a small clearing, discover a group of vampires. We've seen this before. To the states of vampire evolution. Then we got solid liquid gas, and we've got the plasma vampire, and the cosmetic wine. Collect the impenetrable shallak. Aha! The cursed compass needle twitches to life, if you can call it living, and thrusts its pointy head urgently south. Leads you to the trunk of an ancient tree. Though the tree may have once stood proudly in the days before cities and men, it's now infirm, wizened, and dribbling sweet-smelling sap from 1,000 little holes. There's not much left in the old guy. Drain the tree for all the sap it's got. I got an item, Shadow Milkshake. Farewell, old tree. Well, that's good. I like them Shadow Milkshakes. Oh, hey, it's your past self over there. Here's your chance to hand over that crate of old bandages. We'll hand them over. Here, take these. Huh? These what? It's a case of antique bandages. They'll come in handy. But I can't use them. I'll have to keep them so that I can foist them off on another me to close the loop. You're just sticking me with a pointless errand I'll have to do later. Ah, jeez. Were you really such a whiner back then? So much that you'd refuse medical supplies from your own self? Good grief, how embarrassing. No, dummy. You use these ones, then ask Charles Wallace for the crate of old bandages that Murray left in the storeroom. That's where I got these. But didn't you get them from yourself like I'm doing now? Oh, for crying out loud, were you not even paying attention? This is mortifying. If you ever run into future you again, you're going to have to apologize to her. No, well, technically I didn't use those, but no, I used those. Look, just take them. Jeez, you've got a lot to learn about causality. Okay, fine, jeez. Continue on your way. Solve the maze. Alright, drain the tree again, get another Shadow Milkshake. I like those Shadow Milkshakes. Ah, good. You know what? I am going to fight this spider to increase my spider count, and I want to see what that cursed compass does. If it does anything. So that's 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. Oh, hey! I got a mob member with me. Hang on. Let me add 5 to my spider count. Then we'll check out the little mob buddy that joined me. So we have here Orville Icebox Baker. I can't control him, but he's going to blast everybody for 3 damage, assuming that it even gets that far. Molly, you kneecap that spider. Look, it's easy to kneecap a spider. They got so many knees. Right? Oh, I'm still carrying my hot rod, but that's fine. I'm not even going to use my weapon. I'm just going to... Like, I'm just going to do this, and both of them are going to go and get knocked out. Alright, glob of spider webs. Isn't that lovely? Let me stop wandering and equip my proper weapon. What does the cursed compass even do? I think it just leads me to that tree over and over and over again. Yeah, I don't think there's anything else that it does. Let me, well, up my spider count by 2 here, but... Huh. One short of taking out the bat. On the other hand, she can kneecap the vampire conjurer. Yeah, see, I don't think wearing that compass is actually doing anything. So fine. 3 enemies. 5 damage to each enemy. And launch a queso fustalento. Hooray, the cheese! Ooh, what does the skull cane do? Did I get the skull cane before? Oh, yeah. That's physical damage. Still... Or, sorry, that's muscle plus 3 spooky damage. That's pretty cool. Alright, but I do believe we are done here. I think there's more... Ooh, the cursed compass pulls you west and west-east, deep into the heart of the forest, the trees expanding fast in size and number, all around you are trees and more trees, until, like the popping of an ear, all noise ceases and there is quiet. You are in the clearing. At the end of a long wooden table sits an 8-foot skeleton on a mossy throne wearing a crown of sticks and leaves. The skeleton is immobile, bound to its chair by vines and drizzles of sand. Its hands are a knife and fork. The dinner meal is on the table. Take the dinner. Got an item, shadow salad. Maybe that's just the appetizer, but you can't be waiting around much longer. Who knows what the service is like here. Say bye-bye to the skeleton. Alright. Ooh, so that increases mysticality by 1 and damage of magical weapons by 5. So the Shadow Milkshake increases AP by 2. Honestly, I think the Shadow Milkshake is because you all see how frickin' powerful it is having so much damn AP. But still, options are options, and shadow food seems tasty. I think there are more encounters I can have. Yep, I was about to say, I'm pretty sure there are more encounters that I have with my future self. Hey there, I got you a souvenir from SIT. Your future self tosses you a pair of pants. Got an item, SIT kitchen britches. You went to the Seaside Institute of Technology? Wait, I'm going to the Seaside Institute of... Yep, don't forget to buy a pair of pants from the gift shop. To give to myself? Can't I just give her these ones? Yeah, but then you won't have them, so you'll want to buy a new pair for yourself. Which ones are these? What did you do? If I tell you, you won't be able to make the choice anymore. This is nonsense! Yeah, it's pretty messed up. ... You want to make out? We'd better not. We didn't last time I had this conversation. Damn it! Alright, well, see you later. Alright, so what are those SIT kitchen britches? +1 mysticality, which is basically another pair of Shiobata's pants. But I do have more... Aha! Snowy, I have been waiting for you, sir. Welcome, and I have something that I want to show you. So, there is a book here that I got from the Tin Lizzie's... Well, I didn't want to show you a bot. I'll fix that. And then, but stick around, Snowy. Seriously, there is something that I have been wanting specifically to show you because he's funny. I think you will get a kick out of that. What was I saying? Oh, yes. So I have here this book, Welding and Wielding, that I got from the Tin Lizzie's shop. So it says, Welding and Wielding Advanced Weapon Repair for Do-It-Yourself Defense by Tig Fluxcore. Teaches advanced weapon repair techniques. Let's read it. You read the book. Huh. Turns out you're supposed to repair weapons after using them for a while. Who knew? You got a perk. Weapon Repair Aware. Weapon Durability System unlocked. Cool. You put the book away, but realize with your newfound knowledge that its spine is broken beyond repair, so you throw it away. So if we take a look at that... You'll see you know enough about weapon repair to tell when it's needed, but not quite enough to do anything about it. Weapon durability is unlocked. No! But if we actually go to my weapons... So you'll see that now that it mentions wear 3 out of 15. If we go to... What's a weapon that I use fairly regularly? The barbecue tongs. Wear is 14.67 out of 15. So let me reassure you that it's literally just a fucking gag. Right? They're making fun of weapon durability. So you'll technically have this count increase every time you use a weapon. But like once you hit 14, you're not going to get to 15 ever. It'll just increase by ever infinitesimally small increments so that you never actually hit 15. So there really is no weapon durability. Plus, if this really stresses you out, you can literally just turn it off. You know how to look for it now, but do you really want to? So if I turn that off... Right, there's no more of that. So this game literally makes fun of weapon durability. And Snowy, I figured you would appreciate that, because I know how much you also hate weapon durability. Because it fucking sucks, man. So yeah, I wasn't showing that to you to stress you out. I was showing that to you because I figured you would have a good laugh at how stupid it is and how much it's hilarious that it makes fun of weapon durability. Because it does. Alright, what happens if I wander around here with that cursed compass equipped? Okay. Uh-huh. Aha! The jerks and twitches of the cursed compass direct you west and northwest through the alleys of Ocean City to a final resting place, the blood-red sedan. Oh good, it's lost as Edgeworth's car. Its chase is curved around a fire hydrant. The engine's still running and the doors are open, but there's no sign of the driver. Just a thump, thump, thump from the luggage strap to the back of the vehicle. Open the trunk. Phew, it's just a couple of sacks of meat in the trunk. You must have imagined the thumping. Well, that's a relief. Take the meat. Hooray! 138 meat. You know what? That's fine. This cursed compass doesn't seem to be too cursed. Zoe Copper. I have only gotten good things from this compass. Okay. Cursed compass pulls your focus to the southeast. I mean, you know what? That's fair, Snowy. But yeah, no. In this game, it makes fun of it, and again, you'll never actually get to a point where you'll break any of your weapons. Cursed compass pulls your focus to the southeast, or is it the south-southeast? So fixated are you in the needle's subtle movements you hardly notice the compass has walked you into traffic. Whoops. Uh-oh. The truck swerves to avoid you. In doing so, a crate tumbles off the back and crushes a passing goose. Oh dear. Contents of that box belong to the goose now, if you put any stock in geese mythology. Goose must take whatever goods it is buried with to pay its way into the underworld. You know what? Fuck that. Open the box and take what's inside. Alright. Phlogistic resin, hematic ichor, and impenetrable shellac. Some good stuff in there. And hey, the goose god helps those who help their goose selves. Carry on. So yeah, this cursed compass is working out pretty well. Let's, I don't think I've got anything back here. No. So what do you say, my friend? Turns his head towards you and smiles. You grin at him with eyes so wide, even a blind man can clearly see the crazy in them. Grins back. Any man can be handier, but handier still when he's close to home. Interesting. Interesting. So Charles seems to have some booze or something that I can bring in to the bar. Ah, Mr. Charles. What's up, Charles? Got something you might find handy. I found the time to check the door behind me. It turns out it was an old bricked-up passageway back there. Leads to Goblin House. Oh, hey! Welcome, Bulbagarden. Thank you for the raid. Just in time for me to get an old bricked-up passageway to Goblin House, the speakeasy. Okay. Do you have any illegal booze? How was your stream this evening, Cody? Just so happens I do. Would you like some of it? Yes, please. Charles produces a crate of booze from under his desk, hands it to you with a wink. Purely for medicinal purposes, of course. Crate of vodka. Thanks, Charles. Anything else I can help you with? No. But, now that we have that crate of vodka... Thank you very much, Barnaby. What do you say now? A salicylic salad at a fair price. I think maybe you've had enough, Barnaby. When the hen's away, who watches the Eggmen? Not even going to pretend that made any sense. Okay. Hiya, Dan. I found this case of vodka. Gotta be careful with that stuff. It might end up drinking you. In Soviet Russia, vodka drink you. So vodka is +1 muscle. So we now have completed the +1 muscle, +1 mysticality, +1 moxie drinks. We still don't have any garnishes or mixers, though, so we'll see if we can find any of those. I don't need any more drinks, though. Stream was nice. Excellent! How many cases did you solve? Or did you just solve the one? Alright, no messages. You hang the cow skull over your desk. If anybody asks, I'll tell them you killed the cow yourself. Thanks. Solved 0.5 cases. Excellent. That's comparable to the case of vodka that I found. Oh, good. Errands for others is fun. You'll never guess what I did today. Not errands, well, sort of errands for others, but errands for others as a defense attorney. Hiya, Jessica, I got that compass. Oh good, not too much of an ordeal, I hope. Could have been worse, I guess. There were some horrible fairies. What? No, don't tell me. Just uncurse the thing, then get some rest. Okay, I think the next artifact is a book? I'll have the location narrowed down by morning. Sounds good. Now, I could go uncurse that compass. I could. But it's been working out far too well for me. Like, I've gotten almost 300 meat. I've gotten some shadow salad, a shadow salad, a couple of shadow milkshakes. You know what I'm going to do before I go to sleep? I got a shadow hot dog somewhere, right? Where my food is at. I'm going to show you that you can, in fact, eat shadow food. You consume the shadow hot dog, which is both inside and outside the bun. The shadow is now... Ah! Ellison, thank you for gifting those subs. Also, welcome, Ellison. And good night, Ellison. Well, I can't... The shadow is now inside you and outside you. A pleasant numbness spreads within you. Soothing darkness. So I gain in effect Dog Star. Comprehensive. I have missed that burb animation. Anyway, good night, Ellison. Thank you for gifting those subscriptions, or those subs. Now, something else that I can show you is that, well... If you eat enough shadow item, your shadow taint level will increase. Now, this is not like corruption. This is more like the necromancy powers. You cannot ever lower your shadow taint. It can just go higher and higher and higher. I don't remember if 5 or 6 is what you need to do the evil ending. I will not be going for an evil ending here, but some things start to happen when your shadow taint increases. Now, you can basically increase your shadow taint to level 2 with no awful side effects. Let's go back to regular house. Open the trunk again, take the meat, 100 meat, hooray. So now I have gotten over 300 meat with that compass. If we go back to regular house, and we go to the basement, and we go here, now that we have shadow taint, you'll see we can take those shorts. And now I have the shadow shorts. And then after that, leaving here basically closes the place because there's nothing else to do. These shorts have many pockets, and each pocket contains infinity. Because they've got so many pockets, you get plus 50 to item drops. So as your shadow taint increases, you'll be able to... Not all of the things in there will only require one shadow taint. Some will require more. I don't remember if we encountered any more of those here. I don't think we did, other than the one in No House, where there was never a house at all. Back to Plunkett Street. More meat! Hooray! Hey, this compass really is just working out perfectly. And there's probably no side effects or whatever to that. Charles flags you down. Aha! Alright, we want a jewelry store. We want a jewelry store. I got some applicants for the new storefront I fixed up over there on the other side of the Cold War surplus store. Got a second to pick one. Sure thing. Aha! Rodkin's Fine Jewelry. So obviously, these are all stores that give you stuff. Well, not stuff, like items that you can use as part of your armor. The hat store will give you hats, the pants store gives you pants. But I want the jeweler. I absolutely want the jewelry store. And as much as this cursed compass has been working out for me, it is an accessory. Well, you know what? I'll show that to you later. Actually, no. I think part of the dream's not going to make sense unless I uncurse the compass. But I will, in fact, uncurse the compass. Again, as much as it's been working out fantastically for me, that jewelry store will give me something far better. So I'm going to sit in that chair. You sit in the chair, which is surprisingly comfortable, pull the weird metal dome thing over your head, uncurse the shadow-tainted compass. You sit with the compass in both hands as the machine whirs and whines and shakes around you. The machine, you feel, is frustrated. Some internal mechanism is swinging wildly, frantically. Then, crack! Figures out whatever it needed to, and there's no more curse. Not in the compass, not anymore. Still points to Old North, though, so it's practically useless. Got an item, Uncursed Compass. The compass's curse is now transfixed in the uncursing machine. Dare you project your consciousness inside? Is truth still an option, which would be no? I will dare. Always dare. Uh-oh. The fuck is going on here? Gosh, that looks sore. This is madness. That foolhardy coach is going to get us all killed. What do you think we ought to do? Let's get out of here. Go home. Don't you think things were just fine the way they were? Why are we doing this? You mean playing baseball? Looks you dead in the eye and manages a nervy chuckle. Yeah, that's right, kid. We should listen to what Coach has to say. Like him or not, he is our coach. We ought to listen to what he has to say. People say not to change horses midstream, but what if the horse is trying to get you bashed in the head with a baseball? That's a horse worth changing. And trust me, I know from horses. I saw one once. Oh yeah? Well, I saw plenty. And one of them became my yandere-chan. Alright, well, see ya. Uh-oh. You okay, fella? I'm disgusted that it's come to this. We all know you're the weak link on the team. Some would say the team accountant shouldn't even be allowed on the field. But tell me, did all my years of including you in team lunches and burpees make you into a baseball player? Yes, Coach. I'm ready to hit the balls. That's what I wanted to hear. Your destiny is out there on the diamond, son. Go and hit it into the parking lot. Say, Coach, why'd you wear that funny-looking hat? Nothing funny about it, son. It's a cloche. The coach's cloche. It's traditional. Gee, Coach, you think Mirabelle will ever marry me? I can't answer that, son. All I can tell you is that Mirabelle has married every World Series MVP since the series was first contested in 1903. You work out the rest. Excuse me, Coach, I gotta go hit something. Oh boy. Well, this looks fun. What about these three? 3 more minds broken by baseball. So you got the Plunkett Street pushovers and the powerful baseball team, 0 to 13. What? Swing! Wait, that's X. Swing! Are you throwing fucking compasses at me? Stop throwing compasses at me! Man, this does not look good. That guy looks kinda dead. Ow! Hello, Coach. There's no talking in baseball. Get out there. Yeah, it is in fact a rough game for the pushovers. What's with these compasses? My swing won't connect with them. I know it must be overwhelming. All I can tell you is to stay calm and remember that in baseball, it's all about what you do hit. Why is the other team getting points when I swing? That's baseball, son. If the other team ever feels physically intimidated, it's automatically a 5-point penalty. And how am I supposed to win it all? Quit gabbing and get back out there. Don't you know leaving the field and talk to your coach is a 10-point penalty? Excuse me, Coach, I gotta go hit some compasses. See, now they're up to 60. Ah! Come on, stop hitting me with the... Well, this ain't working. Coach, is there anything else I can do? What's with these compasses, Coach? My swing won't connect them. You got this, son. Just remember, there's always other ways to beat their score. Beat their score, you say? Interesting. Well, I've got a baseball bat here. So what if I actually do beat their score? Like clobber it? Son, my #1 boy! You did it, you son of a gun! You won the whole damn game! Did I really do good, Coach? Look at the scoreboard! It's 0 to whole! That's the whole ball game! Gee, Coach, you think Mirabelle will marry me now? Later, champ, there'll be time... I hope Mirabelle is a redhead. Well, no, Mirabelle marries every single MVP. So... I don't think she's very loyal. Later, champ. There'll be time for that later. Right now, you'd better pucker up, because here comes the coach's big sniff. What? Well, thank God I didn't have to deal with that. Alright, funny. The compass feels extremely reassuring now that it's back to being an ordinary little thing in your hand and not something hurled at your head in oversized ghostly form. Yes, good game, Cody. It literally beat their score. I fucking love this game. Anyway, not something hurled at your head in oversized ghostly form from every cardinal direction. It glows faintly. Upgrade. To think you were ever scared of little old compasses. 15 XP. Gee, Coach, do you think Mirabelle will ever marry me? I don't know, Margaret, but you don't need to call me Coach. We're friends. Call me Jessica. Could you call me Coach, though? Maybe take it easy with that machine for a little while. Alright, so that thing now, what does it do? Plus 25 to item drops, plus 25 to meat drops, which is good. Right? It's good. Like, the thing was just sending me round and round to get shadow items, but... like, that's not a bad item to get for your accessory. But what I'm about to get with that jewelry store is so much better. Good night, Cody. Thank you for the raid again. Anyway, you're about to make the transition from Crystal Dream to regular dreams. Excellent. Perfect. Whoa! Man, oh man, look at all these fairy-related items, Glaxton, cement mixers, well, Glaxton valves, cement mixers, sandwich museum, crystals. Oh man, if you repeat it enough times, it starts to sound like a real word. Glaxton, 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 Glaxton. This represents your growing mistrust of your bed. Yeah, I don't trust that bed. Huh. Museum of Skulls. It's the Museum of Skulls, obviously. Wait a minute. One of these skulls is yours, and it's missing its teeth. Give it the ones you're carrying. Remember that I want to say in the first dream... No, sorry, the second dream. You got the overdue library book in the first dream. Then you had the bully knock the overdue library book out of your hand, punch your teeth out in the second dream. Now you've got the third dream, so you can give it the teeth that you're carrying. You put the teeth back in your skull. It tries to thank you, but you have no tongue. You got an item. No tongue. Curious. You don't want to think about this museum anymore. Yeah, that's fair. Uh-oh. Those two are swearing at each other. Well, this looks fun. Very interesting. Well, one of those is my nemesis, Dark Noel. Who's the other one? Ah, here's Dark Noel's theme with the little jingle bells in the background. A strange conversation is taking place here. You did, Normans, yes. Ellison gifted that to you, so no more ads. Alright, let's participate in this conversation. The woman scowls at you. You'd better have some good news for me, Noel. The good news is I'm dreaming? Let me give you the bad news first. No news is good news. Good news is bad news. Hog futures are up 10 points. Everything is just peachy keen, Madam President. Good, the damn project is complete. Wait, what? That isn't what I said. This isn't me. Who am I? Everything is perfect, ma'am. The circuits are lit up just like a crimbo tree. And what about the interloper? Oh, what now? Uh-oh, she means me. I'll show you a fucking interloper. Yeah, I'm working on that. A little bird has told me her last name. Eckleburg, if you can believe it. Our friend Morris is her uncle. The president's frown deepens. Any relative of Murray Morris is an enemy of ours. Find her and get her out of the picture. ... or ... I'll go with the second one, just because. I'd be delighted, ma'am. Both Noel and the President wink out of existence with an ominous sounding... You are ready for this dream to be over. And how? Oh, but before that... Hello, kitty. It's Margaret, the cat from the gas station. Pet her. Give Margaret a good scritch. So I get Margaret's boon again. Again, that's +1 to all of my M stats, which is very helpful. It's as if there's some sort of invisible wall here, you can go no further. For some reason, I thought that this dream had compasses being thrown at me. But it actually doesn't. It's just a bunch of Glaxton valves. Alright, well, that's fine. A doorway back to the waking world, step through. Oh, well, that was fun. Let's go tickle my little tentacle buddy. Let's rub the crystal for my twinkling fingers effect. Sit on my crescent throne to get heavy as the hand. Jingle jongle this glockenspiel, even though it does nothing. and shadow box or pretend to fight this thing to get fairy fisticuffs. Excellent. So that's all the boons I can get from my room so far. Morning, Margaret. How are you feeling? Fine, I guess. I've been having weird dreams. Ooh, like the one where you're driving a car but you're in the back seat and can't reach any of the controls? I can't remember very clearly, but I think it was weirder than that. I really hate that one. Anyway, I found the next cursed thing. It's a hardcover book about yay big, and it's somewhere on the campus of the Seaside Institute of Technology in Porkham. You ready to go? Well, my future self did in fact say that I'd be going to SIT, so I haven't even had any coffee yet. Oh, I'm sure you'll be able to find coffee when you get there. They probably invented some kind of high-powered science coffee or something. All right. Do you have a map of the place? No, but it's a college campus. It can't be that hard to find your way around. College students do it all day. Bus from Porkham leaves from the usual stop. Good luck. Thanks. All right. I don't think there's anything else from Charles either. Nothing right now. Nobody I need to call right now. Let's pop over to the speakeasy. These people are obviously on a third date, and you shouldn't bother them. So as the days progress, they're on more and more dates. And the stock has been resupplied over there. What are my stats? 779. Of course, because I don't have any buffs yet. Well, that is in fact one of the reasons why I'm here. Ah, hold on, it's these two. It's those two girls you met in the diner back in Poughkeepsie. Chat with them. Hey there, how was your road trip? No. Hey there, how was your road trip? Oh, hi, it was the cat's pajamas. Her OAO was all in a tizzy that we mooched his egg crate, though. That old hay burner needed constitutional. My heavy would quit being such a dew-dropper. I wouldn't have a yenny to drag a hoof with niftic cookies like that Oliver Twist that was making goo-goo eyes at my gams all night. That Zib was a four-flusher from hell to breakfast. If you hadn't been so spifficated on that panther sweat we were gargling, you'd have rumbled that he was itching for your Mazuma more than your stilts. It figures, but he was a real peacheroony all the same. Uh-huh. Yeah, that expression on Margaret's face is about right. So those two girls you met in the diner back in Poughkeepsie, they're still totally baffling to speak with. Molly, can you talk to those two for me? The indiscretions of youth run deeper and deeper, still flows their bitter wine. Wise man hiding behind a veil of steam. Okay, I know where that is. Science can tell us many things, but only trees can nourish our minds. Huh. Alright, bud. So I get 163 meat. Every day you can return to the speakeasy and get your cut of the profits. Order a drink. I'll take my gin. Don't have any mixers yet, but it is what it is. Still +1 mysticality. Also, what have I got? Oh, I do have my no tongue, which is here. Not sure what this is, but you're sure what it isn't. Potions. Looks like the best potion I have would be this bubbling black sludge, which is the foul goo from the... Or no, technically the shadow milkshake is better. Because that's mysticality by 1, max AP by 1. Shadow milkshake is max AP by 2. Sure. It's like Nietzsche said fairly recently, be careful when you drink the Abyss's milkshake, because the Abyss also drinks your milkshake. Well, it's like Mia Fey said of Dahlia Hawthorne. I guess we see whose milkshake brings all the boys to the yard. Pleasant numbness spreads within you, soothing darkness, milk of the void. Shadow Salad's the best one I got. And my Shadow Taint is now level 2. So I don't want to go any higher than that with my Shadow Taint. Because like I said, up to Shadow Taint 2, you're pretty good. Shadow Taint 3 is where things start getting bad. But I'm good with Shadow Taint level 2. Now then, there's Rodkin's fine jewelry. This reminds you of your favorite Sherlock Holmes story, the case of assorted jewelry, fancily presented. The proprietor nods politely at you. Introduce yourself. Hi, my name's Margaret. Hello, I'm Dorothy Rodkin. If you want a ring or amulet or whatever, old Dorothy Rods will fix you right up. Cool. What do you have for sale? So she's got a Baconstone brooch, which increases mysticality by 1. Bulletproof choker increases physical armor by 3. Fancy tie tack increases moxie by 1. Ring of intensive caring heals you and all your allies 1 HP for each round of combat. If this seems underwhelming, by the way, and if the truncheons and bludgeons selection seemed underwhelming, I will also mention that as each day goes by, they get more items. But you might be wondering, why the fuck did you want to go here? Right? Because yeah, I already have an accessory that's +1 mysticality. I've got those cufflinks. Ask about making an amulet with that rift crystal. Could you make me a custom amulet? I have this really fantastic crystal that I'd like to have set in it. Sure thing. Wow, that is a really nice crystal. It's my favorite thing in the world, so no funny business. Right, of course not. I could set that in a nice amulet for you for like, let's say 300 meat? Okay, sounds great. 300 meat. Dottie pulls out some blank amulets. Dottie pulls some blank amulets out from under the counter for you to select one, then carefully sets your crystal in the middle of it. You watch her like a hawk the whole time. There you are. Perfect. How do you like it? Got an item, Rift Crystal Amulet. That's great. Thanks. Rift Crystal Amulet. Now that you've had your beautiful Rift Crystal set into an amulet, you can wear it right next to your heart, where it belongs. +10 to max HP, regenerate 5 HP per round. Yeah, I like that cursed compass. The uncursed compass is pretty good too, but Jesus Christ, this is a fantastic item. And like I said, the only thing you get from Zimmer, if you break or destroy that crystal, is his fucking cello, which is useful, I suppose, if you're a jazz agent, but even then, you'll get better weapons almost instantly. Alright. 216 XP, so I can at least get lapidary empathy. Hooray. Let's upgrade Stilt and Splatter. I forgot to read that, but whatever. I think now Stilt and Splatter deals 5 damage, so... Or not 5 damage, deals damage to 5 enemies, so it got really frickin' powerful. So, alright, let's go to the SIT campus. And thus begin Chapter 3, Back to School. Isn't that lovely? So at the Seaside Institute of Technology. Let's talk to Molly. Hi, Molly, how's it going? Just swell, kitty. You looking to beat your gums? chit-chat. Do you go to college, Molly? You slay me. I skipped out on that baloney in 10th grade. Who wants to sit around reading books all day? You do have quite a broad vocabulary, regardless. Ishkabibble. Continue chatting. So they invent stuff here, right? They invented any new dances? Well, robots are the big thing around here. Maybe they have a sort of dance where you move around all stiffly like a robot? Pah, applesauce. I can't see that getting popular. Any classes here you'd be interested in taking, Molly? They got any classes on gunsmithing? Well, it is an engineering school, but probably not. Bourgeois! What good is engineering if you can't make guns with it? Very true. Shame most of the kids are on break. It's nice to see young people enjoying the time they got left before they go into the world and get real jobs. Gosh, Molly, that's unexpectedly wistful. You harboring regrets about how your life turned out? Who, me? Don't be an Airedale. I got lucky. My job's a hoot. Ooh, well. The screen went black for a second. I'm sure it's nothing. Yes, you did, Bug Mite. It's probably best not to wander around outside the campus. You gotta go find that cursed book. Well, I don't have a map, because ZL's doing nothing. Yeah, the screen is definitely blinking black every once in a while, and I don't mean that way. Finite hallway left. Hey, you've seen finite hallways before. You really want to go back to that one? Sure. It's more finite than you expected. This hallway is so short and unremarkable you pass right through it the first time without even noticing. Oh, I'm just fine, Bug Mite. I am absolutely just fine. We have made it to the Seaside Institute of Technology, and ignore those screen flashes. That's probably from my new Rift Crystal Amulet. I'm sure it's fine. Nothing to worry about. Absolutely nothing to worry about. After all, that crystal would never betray me. Posters on this border from years ago. So yeah, I don't actually think there is anything significant over here. But that's the finite hallway for you. Almost makes it seem like there's an infinite hallway somewhere. Wouldn't that be weird? But alright. You don't have time to poke around in weird labs. You need to find that cursed book. Well, curses. All events listed on this board either happened last month or going to happen next month. Nothing happening this month. Unsinkable Molly buttons. What's out here? Shouldn't wander around too far around. Blah, blah, blah. Need to find the cursed book. Now the drinking fountain is plugged up with chewing gum. The gift shop. Ooh. I see a problem. And by problem, I mean another friendly void. Hey, a shadow beer. That sounds delightful. This is the most coffee cups you've ever seen in one place. You got a rack of sturdy branded kitchen britches. Not that long ago, shorts this short would have caused a nationwide scandal. Jazz pants are popular with the youth of today. Clerk smiles at you as you approach, asks to see what she's selling. Replica SIT class ring, gain 5 extra XP from fights, which is pretty good. Indistinguishable from an actual SIT class ring, unless you look very closely at the carved badgers, whereupon you will see that they are not themselves wearing class rings. SIT coffee mug, we'll grab one of those. Souvenir mug from the Seaside Institute of Technology has the school motto, Sumus Valde Capitosis. No, Capitiosis. Then you've got SIT jazz slacks. These pants are flexible and low friction to facilitate all your shimmying and Lindy hopping and whatnot, +1 moxie. SIT kitchen britches, which is what my future self gave me. You have one already, a pair of SIT branded chef's pants, +1 mysticality, SIT pendant. pendant either proclaims that you went to SIT or very loudly commands your guests to sit down. We'll buy that. And then the SIT sports shorts. Appropriately enough, these shorts say SIT on the part of them used for sitting. So they say SIT on the ass. I'm going to put on the SIT kitchen britches that my future self gave me. And I'm going to self-adhesive rivets them. And I'm going to spray on asbestos them. So basically, they're the exact same specs as Shiobata's pants. Honestly, there's no real purpose to these because, well, okay, to get these you'd actually have to fight Shiobata, but there's really no point to them for me. But still, it's a gift from my future self, so might as well. And I'll buy another pair to give to my past self. Didn't see any cursed books in there, though. Guy must be the janitor, presumably. Talk to him. Hi there, are you the janitor? Yep, that's me. Been the janitor in this place for nigh on 60 years. Got any questions? I figure I know about all there is to know about these buildings. Well, everything. Well, everything janitorial at any rate. In fact, I do have a question. What can I do for you, kiddo? Ask about the main lobby? What can you tell me about the main lobby? You mean this lobby right here? Yeah. The one that was almost finished mopping before you came in without wiping your feet? Oh, sorry. Nah, just yanking you. Ain't no difference to me which floor I'm mopping. I see. Alright, ask about the finite hallway? That there's a good hallway. Goes on for a little while and stops. Real traditional, easy to clean. Love it. There's an infinite hallway? What's the deal with the infinite hallway? They said I can't start mopping down there until they finish painting it, which suits me since they ain't never gonna finish painting it, no matter how many clever math tricks they come up with. Super test my foot. Anything else you know to care? No, even lose endless mopping. I see. Dangerous looking kinetic sculpture. Fun. Alright, infinite hallway. Hallway stretches out as far as you can see. To infinity, though? Surely not. Well, let's find out. Notice, the hallway is infinite, your bladder is not. Fine, let's go to the restroom. And equip the hot rod. A steam-powered toilet. You don't see these very often, and it's not hard to imagine why. Fish in it. Some student must have decided they didn't need shoes anymore, wanted to make a big show about getting rid of them. The soggy shoes. Uh-huh. Oop. No, I want to flush that toilet. Hooray, 35 XP. As far as you know, the sink is capable of providing an infinite amount of water. Excellent. I want my nasty spoon back. An infinite amount of fluorescent light has faded this painting away completely. 1001 Low Energy Chemistry Lab. You don't have any business in that room. These events all happened millennia ago. Yes, steam doesn't really work in an infinity-long duct. Interesting. Alright. Professor Laurel Brent. Split Physics Lab. Unfortunately, the water pressure here is 1 divided by infinity. Vincent Talbot. Much as you're tempted to explore infinite, seems like it might be a bad idea now since you don't have a map of this place. Narrow Occlusion Lab. I don't actually think that, other than the bathroom, there's a purpose to this hallway. I haven't gotten one. It does seem to actually stretch into forever. But who knows? Alright, well, if I'm looking for a book, the library... Well, did I see who this is? Our founder, Junius Fitzgerald Technology. As you enter the library, an elderly man, presumably the librarian, waves you over to his desk. Hello, I'm afraid I don't recognize you. Are you a student here? Oh no, I'm just looking for a book. Oh, I'm sorry. The Institute's library is only for students, alumni, and faculty. How often do others join me in the stream? LG joins me Monday nights whenever he can, which is most of the time except for when work prevents him from doing so. Dawning tries to join me whenever she can. Unfortunately, she has been debilitated by a bunch of particularly bad and long-lasting migraines lately, otherwise she would be here this evening. Goose, or Felix, hasn't joined me in a while. I am going to try to get him to join me. LG is Lone Garurumon. I'm pretty sure you've been to at least one Ace Attorney stream where he's been around. But yeah, anyway, as far as Goose or Felix goes, I know that he just had appendicitis, so that's not great. And now he's on family vacation, so we'll see if I can't get him to start rejoining my streams again once he's done, or back from vacation, because that'll be nice. And then Midori Kawa, who again you might know from the forums, she sometimes joins me here. She has not been able to of late because she is in a temporary living situation and does not have the privacy to do so. Either later this month or early next month, that will change. So it's just particularly bad luck that like everybody who normally joins me for my streams isn't here, and that this has happened quite a bit recently. Anyway, it's really important that I see this book, though. I do wish I could help you, but rules are rules. You'll have to inquire at the administration's office first. Shoot. Yeah, I mean, it's basically whenever they can, which is fair. I do enjoy having company, but, like, I don't demand that they join me. That's just rude. Alright, let's talk to the administration's department. I guess I'm going back to school. Franz looked very educated. Shelves of file boxes, probably student records. Shelves of file boxes, probably student records, as 8-track tape hasn't been invented yet. These plants grew from the seeds of knowledge. Shelves of file boxes, probably student records. Little plaque under the photo says, Lucian P. Wormwood, Dean of Students, 1777 to 1808. Interesting. This is either the admissions clerk or someone the admissions clerk pays to keep their seat warm. Talk to her. Hello, how can I help you? Hi, the librarian said I need to be a student to use their library, so I guess I'm here to take the most absurdly roundabout route to my goals possible. Aha, well, you'll be interested in the accelerated course then. Our usual undergraduate degree is a 4-year program, but the accelerated course only takes 3 years is still kind of more than I was hoping. Hours. 3 hours. Okay, great. How much will it cost? Are you from this area? Yeah, Poughkeepsie originally, but I'm living in Ocean City. Well, you're in luck. What with the accelerated course being discounted, plus further discount for local education incentives, plus a further discount for the fact that we're in the middle of a break and the facilities would otherwise be idle, tuition will be 100 meet. Wow, that sounds really reasonable. We also have some leftover grant money for low-income students this fiscal year if you need assistance. The grand total would come to free. I will totally take you up on that. Great. Sign here and you'll get all set up. What would you like to take as your major? That's a big decision. Well, since we're on break and a lot of teachers are out of town, it's not actually all that big. The three options available are botany, robotectronics, or chemicals. All right. So, this matters because, well, first of all, your choices here actually all do matter because you can only choose one, and they'll give you access to some of the locations on campus, and you'll be permanently locked out of others. The major in particular, though, dictates a companion that you will get. I have done 2 prior playthroughs of this game. I have done botany and I have done chemicals, because I wanted to do robotectronics for my stream. Botany will give you, I believe it's Barker, the mutant plant dog. Chemicals will give you Professor Adams, who basically never does direct damage to any opponent, can potentially poison them, but there are a lot of enemies that are immune to poison. Yes, now the first 2 playthroughs were rather rushed, but because West of Loathing was a game that I knew had shit that, you know, can go sideways very, very, very quickly if you do something wrong, I at least wanted to make sure that I played through this once or twice, just to make sure that I didn't fuck everything up by complete accident. For example, overdo my shadow taint too quickly and lock myself out of stuff. Also allowed me, coincidentally, to do 2 of the other majors, also allowed me to do the other 2 player classes. Anyway, robotectronics is where I am going to go. Also, they really, really, really weren't fucking kidding when they say that chemistry is a very difficult puzzle. It is a colossal pain in the ass. You will probably end up looking up the solution in a guide or something, because it is such a pain in the ass. Alright, your options here are geology, metaacoustics, or astronomy. I will say astronomy is an absolute fucking hilarious puzzle. Metaacoustics is okay. It's not like, it's probably something you'd understand better if you actually understood music, but I was able, I think, to mostly figure it out. I will do geology this time. And finally, you've got one elective: Spiders, Culinary Science, or Phys Ed. So Spiders is combat, Culinary Science is a stat challenge, and Phys Ed is management. Technically, I've done Culinary Science before, and Spiders before. I've never done Phys Ed, but I will leave it up to, well, Bugmite, I guess it's you and maybe whoever else might be in chat, to tell me. I'm willing to do Spiders again, if you want me to do Spiders again. Especially since I do in fact have this spider count. Culinary Science, you're basically just making a meal for your professor, who hasn't eaten in a while, and you need various elemental armors to complete it. I will say Spiders is very funny, but I mean, this one really doesn't do much of anything. Right? It just gives you an extra class or course or something that you have to complete in order to become an alum. It's literally like it says, though. Spiders is a combat-based course, Culinary Sciences is a stat challenge, Physical Education is management. So the really big choice was your major. And again, that was always going to be Robotectronics. And then my minor was going to be geology because I'd never done that before. Again, it'll give you access to certain locations. It'll permanently deny you access from other locations. And then your major also will grant you a companion. So it'll give you one companion and lock you out of two. So basically, do you want me to fight spiders? Or do you want me to do whatever the heck physical education does, which I have no clue because I've never done it before. I will say spiders is pretty fucking fun. Culinary science is also kind of funny too, but I don't feel like doing that again. So the choice is spiders or physical education. I can put it up to a vote, but then I'd be tempted to vote, and I don't want to put my finger on the scale here more than telling you what I know about this stuff. But you know, of the options, I think this is the one that matters the least. Alright, you want me to do physical education, that's fine. Like I said, spiders is really... So, I'll tell you this, right, Bug Mike, because you decided on physical education. Spiders... Okay, well, I'm already glad that I did this, because that makes it worthwhile. You know what they say, PE for ME. I'm ME, so I don't give a fuck that you say no one says that. I say that because I'm ME. But anyway, if I chose spiders, I basically become the teacher, and my students basically make me fight as many spiders as I have to. So having arachnophilia helps because you fight most of those spiders just as the random and like as part of the spiders that show up on the enemy's side. But there's still a couple that you have to fight on your own in the lab, and your students basically try to kill you. And when you don't die, they get inspired and decide to go out and try fighting spiders themselves. Anyway, clerk makes a few notes and gathers some papers. Okay, great, that's everything. Here's your transcript sheet. In order to graduate, you'll need to get each of your 3 instructors to sign that after you pass their class. Got an item, SIT transcript. Okay, where do I get started? Here's a map to help you around campus. I got an item, SIT campus map. So the Robotronics laboratory, I got the scalar wing and the vector wing. Also, here's your student ID. Don't lose that. It's how Athena identifies you. Got an item, SIT student ID. Who's Athena? Athena is our campus security. It's an acronym for Ask the New Electronic Doorway Security System for Access. ... Never let the guy who builds a thing pick the name. Anyway, welcome to the Seaside Institute of Technology, just in time too. My lunch break starts right now. She stands up from her desk and leaves with a wave. Thanks. The admissions clerk is out to lunch. A little sign on her desk says, back in March. And it's currently October, so gonna be gone a while. But alright, let's check out that library now. Because even though I am a student, I don't necessarily have to take any of these classes, right? This is a blank piece of paper with a pattern of holes punched into it. Apparently the pattern means something to Athena. It's a mimeographed map of the Seaside Institute of Technology, so take a look at it. Main lobby. So that's the robot lab, the vector wing and the scalar wing. This over here is the greenhouse. I believe, where you would go for your botany class, and I'm pretty sure this here is the chemistry building. This is a dorm room, or a dorm building, that I'm not sure we're going to be able to get access to because of the choices that I've made for stuff, but such is life. Right, I was looking at other stuff in here. SIT transcript. This is a record of your academic achievements at the Seaside Institute of Technology. Read. So Robotectronics, not yet completed. Geology, not yet completed. Phys Ed, not yet completed. Alright, soggy shoes, makes your gait squishier. These are great for replicating the experience of walking barefoot on the floor of a carpeted bathroom. Hooray. But alright, let's go to the library, because all I need is a frickin' book. I bet you it's in here. Now, these three individuals, so we didn't get a good look at the library before, but these three individuals here, well, okay, specifically the lady under info and the individual by the stacks might look familiar, and from context, you might know who, like the lady under the info sign, you might know who the gentleman at the info desk is. Elderly gentleman greets you with a polite, inquiring smile. Talk to him. Aha, hello again. Are you a student now? I am, yep. Got my student ID and everything, see? Yes, well, that looks to be in order. Very well, then. My name is Douglas. A gentleman named Douglas, hanging out with a lady in a mechanical box and a guy who's an eye. These are the people who were at the sideshow at Barnaby Bob's Perfectly Ordinary Traveling Circus Sideshow. They escaped the circus. Good for them. And I mean that seriously. Why does that man have an eyeball for a head? He's quite a sight, isn't he? Please don't be alarmed. I'm more confused, to be honest. Ted and I, and our colleague Janet over there to my right, share a, shall we say, unusual past. What happened? We worked in a circus sideshow together. That was more than 30 years ago now, yes. Remember that West of Loathing took place in 1895, and it is currently 1928. So in fact, it was over 30 years ago. You don't seem like sideshow material. Perhaps not, but regard. He stands up and turns to face the wall. But he's still looking right at you. His entire back is identical to his front, with another face in the back of his head, and all his clothes are tailored to match. What? Please do excuse me, but I do always enjoy the reactions of new students. He sits back down to a chorus of cracks and pops as his joints reverse into new positions. Holy jeez! Oh, don't worry, it sounds much worse than it feels. A regimen of stretching exercises keeps me fit as a fiddle. Anyway, after the three of us escaped the circus, we headed east. The Institute took us in out of scientific curiosity and gave us work as librarians. How did you escape? Well, it's not a story that really bears recounting. Besides, the three of us prefer to look ahead, not back. Even myself. Is there anything else I can help you with? Yes. I'm looking for a certain book, but this is going to sound dumb. I've been doing this job for years. I assure you, whatever it is, I've heard dumber. Well, I don't know the title of the book or what it's about. All I know is that it's a hardcover and about so big and it's probably an antique. Well, something of that size and age would be in our stacks. All the books out front here are ones that won't be mourned if an undergrad doodles in the margins or uses a slice of bologna as a bookmark. Okay. Is there anything else I can help you with? Yes. I need help with one of my classes. If it's a subject I'm familiar with, I'm more than happy to help. Know anything about Robotectronics? Hardly at all. Janet's the one you should really ask about that. Oh yeah, that makes sense. Ask about something else? Know anything about geology? The study of rocks? Right. That was all I know. Janet might be able to help you more. Alright. Know anything about phys ed? Well, for a start, I can tell you that proper stretching exercises are vital to success in every sport. What sport is your class concerned with? I actually don't know yet. Ah, well, then your first step would be to find that out. Alright, I think that's everything. So, said it's in the stacks, which is over here. A tall, wiry man with a single giant eyeball for a head glares at you as you approach. Talk to him. Hello? ... Douglas calls over to you. I'm afraid the stacks there are off-limit to undergrads. Faculty and alumni only. So I have to pass all my courses first. Of course. Exactly. Only when you have all 3 signatures on your course transcript, Ted will verify that, or once you have all 3 signatures on your course transcript, Ted will verify them and let you through. And I should warn you, not that I think you'd intend to cheat or anything, but Ted is very good at spotting forgeries. It's a lot of pent-up anger and frustrations. ... Ted clenches and unclenches his fists while watching you carefully. ... Okay, then. Yeah, did you really think they'd let me get that book without taking all of those classes I just signed up for? Absolutely not. Alright. Look somebody up. Look up a name. Well, we know a couple of them, right? We know, what was it? Dean Wormwood. You looked up Wormwood. Lucian Wormwood, Dean of Students, 1777 to 1808, presided over Gallett's Prize Ceremony, February 17th, 1788, disappeared after the Black Fire incident, presumed dead. Interesting, look up someone else. Well, Technology was actually the name of the guy who founded the place. You look up Technology. Junius F. Technology, inventor of the university, 1613. Patent expired, 1650. Dean of Students, 1630 to 1669, retired. Look up someone else. As a fun fact, if you do take the spider course and you complete it, you'll be able to look up your name in this, and you'll actually have something mentioning you. But as it stands, first of all, I'm not taking the spider course, and second of all, I haven't actually, I haven't done any of my classes yet. But yeah, if you take the spider course and you end up teaching it, there will be something that mentions you in this book if you look up your last name. Now, if you're taking the astronomy class, you will need to talk to Douglas for a hint, which is a very good hint. No, not my true name, like my in-game name, like in this case Margaret Eckleburg, or just Eckleburg. You see, talk to her? Hello, dear, are you new here? Yes, I'm Margaret. My name's Janet. Please don't be alarmed by my visible mechanical insights. I'm in no pain. Well, that's good, but isn't the, immobility an issue? Oh, I'm perfectly mobile. I have wheels, and the Robotectronics department has provided me with some nice telescoping arms. I'm just sitting down right now because with the majority of students on break, I don't have any books that need shelving. Ah, okay then. Anything I can help you with, dear? Yes! How about Robotectronics? Ah, well, you've come to the right place. I spent quite a lot of time at the Robotectronics department. Have they got you running the robot obstacle course? Fair enough, Bugmite. I don't know yet, but since you brought it up, probably. Oh, well, I don't know how they've arranged the courses this semester, so I can only give you general advice. Mainly just experiment. Different robot parts are effective at overcoming different obstacles, and many obstacles can be overcome in more than one way. Just try a variety of things. I'm sure you'll figure it out. Alright, ask about something else. Know anything about geology? Well, I don't know a lot of details, but Dr. Morton. That's right. I remember Dr. Morton from west of Loathing. Well, I don't know a lot about the details, but Dr. Morton gave me a tour of the Hex Rock quarry. It's simply fascinating. Have you seen it yet? I haven't even been to the classroom yet. Oh, you're in for an exciting time. Ask about something else? Do you know anything about phys ed? Phys ed, referring to sports, right. Oh. Can't help you much there, dear. Sorry, don't worry about it. Alright. So that's about all the help we're going to get from here. Oop. Let's see. Well, I can go through the infinite hallway now, probably. And let's just see. Buttons are way too old to be of any use. Narrow occlusion lab. I guess this is here in case you get tired on your infinite stroll. Solid foods lab. Map is too narrow for you to figure out where you are on it. But yeah, basically, like I said, I am reasonably sure. Tertiary particle lab. Ulysses Badger. I'm pretty sure you can look up these names, by the way, in the Hoojamajiggets, but Woodcock Niece. Radiator's doing its best, but this hall is too big to heat. I'm pretty sure, by the way, that this actually will go on for as long as you let it. And honestly, there's nothing you can really do. There's nothing specifically required for you to do here. Yeah, no, I'm honest. I mean, let me try to get up to 1,099, because I want to see if it'll go up to 1,100. God, this is going to take a while. And this is because this is the left stick that I have to use for this, and not having that left thumb is a pain. But surely this can't actually be infinite. And don't call me Shirley. Static. I do pity anyone who actually has classes in this hallway. Or the professors or whoever who have offices in this hallway. Easterling. Alright, Newtonian Frequency Lab, Dr. Carlos Wild, Low Energy Molecule Lab, Dr. Armin Luster, Tertiary Ecology Lab, Professor Xavier Hornsby. I wonder if these are... I wasn't paying close enough attention in my first two playthroughs to see if this is randomized or not. But it does seem to go past 1,100, so that's fun. I'm just gonna go... Well, alright. I'm gonna go to the bus stop. You seem to have taken a wrong turn somewhere unless you were trying to get to a subterranean maintenance corridor filled with steam pipes. Maybe you were considering its SIT and all. Turn around and start to head back, but a homemade, well, classroom made probably. Maintenance robot trundles into view and turns a valve wheel. Hot steam shoots out of a nearby pipe blocking your exit. Hey, robot, turn that steam off. Beep, boop, boop. Well, fine, I'll do it my beep, beep. Oh, come on. I could walk through the steam and go through a whole lot of pain. I'm just gonna fight the robot. Uh-oh. That's more than just one robot. I was lied to. I was duped. Robots, as you can see, are immune to bleeding and poison. So, Professor Adams, not too useful here. They do also have fairly heavy physical armor, which makes things a little difficult. Let's let her do her Tommy spray. I love the battle sound effects. I really do. They're not immune to Margaret's stench, though. And I do have 5 AP now, so... I have become far too powerful. You won. You shut off that valve wheel and escaped the maintenance tunnel unharmed. You got a piece of scrap metal and robot fuel. What does robot fuel do? Oh, makes me act earlier in combat. That's nice. Anyway, there was somewhere else oh yeah. Over here we have the SIT courtyard. Honestly, this sculpture reads 0 man. That's also what you rated on a scale of 1 to 10, man. I don't think there's much of a point to this. Must be a symbolic of something, probably bats. I really don't know what that does. Finite hallway left. Oh, actually. So the theoretical topology lab number 1 takes you to the scalar wing. Then you've got the liberal arts department over here. Fire escape map would be more useful if it wasn't encrypted. Liberal arts department. A photo of a beer neck pinup girl. Scandalous, but also quite cute. Nasty mop, grab it. Got an item, the nasty mop. Heals muscle plus 4 stench damage. Greatest trick the devil ever pulled was convincing everybody that a mop does anything other than evenly distribute filth on the floor. It probably wasn't the devil, it was probably whoever invented the mop. Shelf full of various industrial cleaning products. Ah. Janitor. Ask about the scalar wing? Can you tell me about the scalar wing? Ah, good old scalar wing. That's my alma mater, you know. Oh, really? Yep, liberal arts, class of 1869. I figured as much. That's nice. Vector wing? Somebody scribbled some weird symbols on the wall next to the paradox lab. Don't know why anybody wanted to do a fool thing like that, considering how every classroom's got a chalkboard for scribbling weird symbols on. Couldn't get any paint to cover it over with, because they're using it all to paint the infinite hallway. Had to use chalk instead. Interesting. We already know about all of these. Alright, but let's continue on into the scalar wing. This sign says drinking fountain out of order. This is the most locked door you've ever encountered. Wow, that's security. It's a cola machine. Insert 5 meat. Oh, looks like they forgot to unpack the cans before they loaded the machine up. Got an item. Crate of cola. There's more cola than any one person should have access to. Take it to the speakeasy. She's definitely out of cola at this point. Well, that's useful. Uh-oh. This has been steamed to illegibility. Alright, that got me a hot dog. The shadow hot dog. The spider wing over here leads you to the spiders class, but since I'm not doing that, I press the Athena button, you speak into the microphone. Can I get in? Student ID, Margaret, Eckleburg identified. Access to this doorway is limited to students and faculty in the spiders department. Foo! So like I said, you will in fact be locked out of some areas based on your choices. Oh, flyer for a frat party on this notice board. Check it out. So that gets me to Zeta Omega Omicron, but the party was a week ago. It's a door. Regard it. By regarding the door, you are instructed to disregard it. Disregard it. By disregarding the door, you render it once again regardable. Regard it. Uh-oh. Yeah, you'll never actually solve this. Drinking fountain is filled with spider eggs, making it the second grossest drinking fountain you've ever seen. If this warrants further investigation, someone else is going to have to do it. Oh hey, this steam vent seems loose. Take it. Huh, that's weird. You got an item. Loose steam vent. This steam vent wasn't attached to the floor, so you took it. Where is the steam coming from? I have no fucking clue. Uh-oh. This Athena terminal has had some of its important parts replaced by a pineapple. Sounds about right. Good. There's one of those Athena locks on this door, but it seems to have tampered with. Head on through. Another one? How many of these friendly shadow voids are here? Jeez. Alright. Weird shadow pocket, reach inside. Hey, a shadow elixir. What does that do? Oh, well, I don't need that. Also, what does the shadow beer do? Physical armor. So it's slightly better than regular beer. Telescope is pointed at the stars. Look in the eyepiece. So you can look around and you can see some funny-looking constellations. You would need this if you were taking the astronomy class. And again, you will absolutely need to talk to Douglas. Uh-oh. You will absolutely need to talk to Douglas if you want to actually resolve the, That's usable, yeah. I just flipped my, No, I flipped my Switch display upside down. But yeah, in order to actually complete the astronomy class, you will have to talk to Douglas to get a secret about this telescope. Alright. Yeah, I can do that. I can do many things. Whatever these machines do, this one isn't doing it. Well, it looks kind of broken. Of course it's upside down on screen. Like, this is the whole thing about having this upside down, is y'all can see that it actually is upside down. Uh-oh. A mass of petrified pigeon poop. See how it feels, psychogeologist. It feels disgusting. You got an item. Fustulent gulch. I think that says 6. I got 5 XP. You aren't afraid of pigeons, but you're a little apprehensive about wandering into the middle of a huge crowd of them. This is where the pigeons do all their business. Alright, I need 4 stench armor. I've got that with... this one. You pick through the coop's contents and gather a few pigeon eggs. I got an item, pigeon egg. I don't know what the hell I'm going to want those for. What does this say? A group of pigeons is called a flight, and a group of pigeon eggs is called a pile. It's not so. The most opportune time also to redeem that is if I also have someone else in chat with me. Sorry, in voice chat with me, so that both of us can talk about it. Anyway, let's go this way. I should probably... whatever accessory... Oh, right. Of course. How could I forget the best accessory? The amulet rift... or the rift crystal amulet. Roof access, spiders, test door. Meta acoustics I can't go to because I don't have that. Excuse me, can I go inside? Student ID Margaret Eckleburg identified. Access to this doorway is limited to students and faculty in the Meta Acoustics Department. Foo. So, alright. It seems like the only thing of import here is the geology whatchamajiggets. And I don't feel like doing that just yet. So let's... Oh, hold on. What does this say? Being near this thing makes your stomach churn. I want to go... Hopefully, Bugmite, that'll be soon. I think LG isn't going to be available Monday night this upcoming week, but like I said, hopefully soon. Let's go through here. And we're in the Vector Wing. Drink more soda. Being near this thing makes your stomach want to churn. Alright, so this is astronomy. Ahem, can I go in here? Student ID Margaret Eckleburg identified. Access to this doorway is limited to students and faculty in the astronomy department. Foo. Foo is such a funny word. This drinking fountain seems to have developed a steam leak. Fun. Access granted if and only if this door is closed. We'll get to this in a bit, because this is going to be something I want to do right side up. The laundry room is currently closed for repairs. We apologize for the inconvenience and ask that you please refrain from washing your socks in the drinking fountains. Of course. This is just a list of all the other bulletin boards on campus. And there's the barbecue wing over there. Has anyone else ever chatted with me? Yes, yes, a lot of times. If you're talking about if anyone else ever actually shows up in Twitch chat, yeah, you, Bugmite, you seem to kind of show up when nobody else is here, but I do occasionally actually have people show up in Twitch chat. Monday night stream was decidedly more, boppin'. But there are a lot of times when I'm basically by myself here or with, like, one person here. It's kind of lonely, but I enjoy what I do, so... Oops. Did not mean to go here. And that unfortunately takes me right back here. So... Oh! Ellison has been in a couple of times. Way back in the day, Dragon Nataku would pop in, but I think she deliberately stepped away from that, and again, by her choice, no longer has access to the Discord server where where the voice chat is. Return of MCH pops in to voice chat occasionally as well, as does the Caps fan. That's about all I can think of on my own channel. Alright, I'm pretty sure it's been more than 5 minutes, so... let's check out this Paradox Lab. So again, it says, access granted if and only if this door is closed. Sure enough, there's a big area next to the door covered in chalk. It's difficult to see because it's white on white. Wipe it away. There's hobo code hidden behind where the chalk was. Translate it with 11 hobo code knowledge. You translate the code. It's weird. It's a set of instructions that don't seem to make much sense. You study them for a while and begin to understand. Apparently, it's a sequence of actions that will allow you to open the door to the Paradox Lab. Start with the first step. You start with the first step, and then... so, it'll actually let you choose. Whatever you choose is going to be fine. Right? But, like, it lets you choose, and these are all... yeah. These are all, randomized. Actually, it was Ellison who gifted you the sub earlier. Let's see. March in place for 7 steps, and then bang my elbows together. And then take 0 steps to the right. Turn 45 degrees to the left. Click my tongue. Swivel my... no, jump. And finally, snap my fingers. After you complete the final step, you look up and find yourself inside the Paradox Lab. It is a howling chaos that cannot be described in text, and that we have unfortunately also declined to present visually. You marvel at the angles, you giggle at the math, you begin to sweat as you consider the ratios. Huh. You grab a cup of coffee to go. You got an item, no coffee. What a journey. I did have fun playing this upside down for 5+ minutes. Anyway, of all the cups of coffee you've ever seen, this isn't one of them. I don't know if I've ever figured out what the fuck I'm supposed to do with that. I've already translated this code, it was very confusing. Now, On to the barbecue wing, which sounds like a brilliant idea. In here, of course, you have the culinary science department, so if you chose that as your elective. May I go in here, please? Student identify Margaret Eckleburg, or student ID Margaret Eckleburg identified. Access to this doorway is limited to students and faculty in the culinary sciences department. Ah, heck. Hey, a goblin. This goblin is concentrating on their, cooking? Huh. You have never been less interested in the contents of a vending machine. Finest snout. This fountain appears to be hooked to a supply of barbecue sauce instead of water. Interesting. Frozen food. This door is stuck shut, which is similar to being frozen. They spelled notices wrong, but they were hoping nobody would notice. There's a flyer for a local diner. Might be worth checking out. Location unlocked. Fission chips. There's the phys ed department, which I will need to go to. But before that, because again, I am putting off going to my classes as much as I can, let's go to the steam tunnel. Huh, you'd think this door would be locked, but it isn't. Head on through that. Barnaby mentioned something about, I think his name is Barnaby, but the guy at the speakeasy, the milky-eyed guy at the speakeasy, mentioned something about a wise man behind the steam. The tunnel above the hatch reads steam tunnel access, protective gear recommended, but not provided. Well, I'm down, who gives a fuck? Huh. SIT steam tunnels. It's a very old manhole cover, so old it's practically an ape hole. Fascinating. BBQ wing maintenance access. Interesting. What have we got here? Doors locked. Talk to Athena. Oh dear. A harsh buzzing noise and a shower of sparks are her only reply. This terminal must be broken. Hotwire at 6 Moxie. Your nimble fingers bypass the broken circuits and trip the door lock. Go on through. Barbecue wing freezer room, huh? Someone has leaned a book against the front wall. Grab it. Book of short adventure stories. Short stories of long winters. This is a book of short stories, each of which involves somebody freezing to death in the frigid West. Grants an upgradable skill. I choose not to be cold gives hot armor. So I can read it. The book is a collection of short stories about men who defy all wisdom and warnings, go hiking alone, Sub-Zero West. The end of each story, by the way, don't forget, West and North have been switched, so we're talking about them actually going to what we would consider to be North, so like the Arctic Circle. The end of each story, the man dies. Maybe there's a lesson in that. So I can find that lesson, and I choose not to be cold, and that'll give me, I want to say, +1 cold, or +1 hot armor. You'll find books like this around, and there was technically one that I should be able to still get. I don't know if I lost the opportunity to get it because I just didn't have enough meat early on, but there's one that you can get for sleaze armor by wandering around and running into a specific salesman in Ocean City. And this is one that you can get here. There's also one that gives you cold armor. I believe there's also one for spooky armor also. Anyway, a massive steam-powered freezer. It's probably full of jumbo shrimp and military intelligence. Am I right? See what's in there. Frigid ice cream scoop. Well, wouldn't you know it, deals your mysticality +4 cold damage. That sure as shit's better than what I've got currently. Again, it's an element that's actually usable for me. Plus, I think I may have still had the hot rod equipped. it's +4 instead of +3, so yeah, no, that's good. Hold on. So you'll notice that this corresponds to the frozen food door on the other side. The door is painted shut from this side, which is fun. Then you've got the laundry room. Bah, another void. Man, those things are everywhere on this campus. Who would have guessed? Like, seriously, everywhere. Shadow milkshake, which is okay. Steam powered, this would dry your clothes way faster than boiling them. Prove dangerous laundry chemicals. Steam powered washing machine. And again, this was the laundry room painted shut from this side. Oh, right, let me actually see. Right, so I choose not to be cold is currently... Oop. It's currently +1 hot armor, but I can upgrade it. Right, I can upgrade it by spending XP. Stuff like that is why XP is going to continue to be useful even though I filled out my basic skills. Anyway, the rat waves at you as you approach. Take a closer look. Hey there, little fella. The rat emits a few squeaks. What's shaking? The rat dashes into his hole and returns holding a tiny piece of cheese. Points at you, sweeps his arm broadly from left to right, then points at the cheese. He stares at you for a few seconds, then eats the crumb. Want me to bring you some cheese? Side quest. Rat nods and scurries around in a little circle. Okay, I'll see what I can do. The rat waves at you as you approach. Take a closer look. I can conjure up some cheese. You get an item, conjure cheese, give it to him. The rat sniffs the cheese and makes a few delighted squeaking noises. Drags the cheese into his hole and emerges with the ring. Thunder ring. Thanks, Mr. Rat. Give him the cheese loaf. Wrinkles his nose at the loaf, but decides in the end it's worth keeping. Drags it into his hole and emerges with the ring. Got a rush ring. Sorry, next one will be better. Give him squirrel cheese. Rat considers the squirrel cheese, wrinkles his nose a bit, but decides to keep it, hauls it into the hole, emerges with the ring. Brain crawl ring. Thanks. Sorry about the whole squirrel thing. Alright, so the brain coral ring, mind melt also increases mysticality by 3. Rush ring acts earlier in combat. Thunder ring makes it dangerous to be near you in combat. That sounds a problem. Like a problem. Clem is a loser, huh? Greenhouse access. This door seems to be barred from the other side. You can only get that if you've got the biology... Sorry, the botany class. Somehow, or somebody has tapped into a steam pipe to power this radio. Brilliant. Few hot flies buzzing around this vent. This door has a combination lock on it. Tools abandoned by some fleeing prankster, no doubt. See what they left us. Piece of scrap metal, 11 and 1 oil, 2 anarchists' hardware. Huh. Some hobo code is scribbled on a brick here. Translate it. Try ordering stuffed pepper style. Ooh, secret menu item. Well, before I do that, box says free shoes on it. You're not sure if it's an announcement or a political statement. Find out. We got an item. Sneakers. Somebody's found a warm, if not particularly luxurious place to sleep. 2 Hex Rock mines. Tension access to Hex Rock quarry is prohibited except with written permission from Geology Department or for very good reason. Well, I'm a geologist. Uh-oh. Trapdoor at the top seems to be barred from the other side. Well, curses. Okay, Spiderwing maintenance. Door won't budge, hit the Athena terminal. Nothing. This Athena terminal seems to have blown a fuse. Replace it. Athena terminal crackles to life. You hear a thump as the door's internal lock and disengages. See what's behind the door. Okay. That's the test door. Strange-looking machine seems to be broken. Nondescript-looking locker. SIT barometer necklace. Plus 3 to magical weapon attacks. That's not bad. Alright, there's still a couple of things to explore in here. First of which is this unlabeled door. The sign has been scraped off this door. Curious. Before I do that, though, because that actually is very important, let's go in here. This guy seems pretty content. Only one table. This place is either really exclusive or really unpopular. The Pirate Restaurant Manifesto. Huh. Read it. We refuse to be stifled and shackled by the narrow definitions of sandwich imposed on us by the man. By which we are specifically referring to Charles Chip Mann, owner and proprietor of the Greasy Spoon upstairs. To that end, we have taken control of this secret basement, as well as whatever ingredients we can filch and or finagle, to bring you the true taste of freedom, unfettered by hoity-toity cuisine conventions and municipal sanitation and hygiene requirements. Alrighty then. Girl behind the counter gives you a sly, in-the-know kind of nod and wink. Talk to her. Haven't seen you here before, babe. Welcome to the finest hash house in the whole underground restaurant scene. Underground restaurant scene? That's right. Wait, you ain't a copper, are you? You gotta tell me if you are. No, I am not a cop. Okay, copacetic. In that case, we got no beef. Got no beef anyway. It's a fish place. Poster on the wall there spells out the racket if you need an explainer. What can I get you? Place an order. Fish style sandwich. Fish sandwich, burrito style, increases muscle and mysticality by 1. Omelet style increases muscle and moxie by 1, so that's going to be the least useful to me. Fish sandwich samosa style is mysticality and moxie by 1. So foreign delight, how very cosmopolitan. I'm sure it's completely authentic to traditional recipes. We'll grab one of those, and we'll grab delicious fish-filled pillow to send your taste buds to slumberland. They will dream of grease-induced heart attacks. We'll take one of those too. The Forbidden Fission Soda increases basically all of my legal mixture of every flavor in the fountain. Huh. That basically gives me all elemental armor, +2, which is not bad. And then the Stuffed Pepper style, which is the secret item that we got from reading Hobo Code, increases item and meat drops by 20, which we're not going to grab because don't really need it. Let's go into the bathroom. I'm sure that there's nothing. The sign on the door says restroom for employees only. Go in. You're not an employee. Yes, I am. You're telling me you work here in this hidden restaurant you just discovered in a town you've never been to before today. Yes. Okay, fine. I'm done arguing with you about stuff like this. So far I worked at a gas station. Then I worked at... Where did I work at? There was another place that I worked at, but anyway, go in. Somebody dropped a name badge here. Grab it. It's an Employee of the Month badge with your name on it. Unbelievable. See, I did work here. Got an item Pirate Restaurant badge. This is a badge you wear when you're at work, and the Pirate Restaurant at the Pirate Restaurant underneath Fission Chips. It says Margaret, Assistant Manager, right on it. +4 sleaze armor. See? See? Narrator telling me I didn't work places. Yeah, so it was the gas station personnel file because I worked at the gas station. It was somewhere else that I worked, and I can't remember where it was. Where are my maps? It's none of these, which is a little odd. It wasn't somewhere on Crystal Lake, was it? No, I don't think so. I don't remember where I got this from. Oh, right, I got that from the mine, didn't I? Yeah, this is really... because I know there's another place that I worked at. I can't for the life of me remember where it was. Well, I'll figure it out another time. Meantime, though... Okay, Smarty Pants, there's a sign over the sink that says employees must wash hands. Since you're an employee, that means you, right? Wash them. There we go. All clean and sanitary, which will be extremely safe for the customers of this restaurant when you're serving them food later, during your shift, because you work here. Whatever, weirdo. Alright, but I do need a fishing rod, because I'm going to go fishing in that toilet, which sounds safe. And sanitary. Toilet cleaning rag. This is a toilet rag that you had to dislodge from a toilet. It's a real old lady who swallowed a toilet rag kind of situation. But I'm switching back to my ice cream scoop. And I'm flushing the toilet. Alright. But I'm going to step out of here for now. And the last thing we're going to do down here is we're going to pop into this room here. The sign has been scraped off this door. Curious. Go inside. I recognize that map. This looks an awful lot like a map of the Old West. You had Dirtwater down here, and then Frisco would have been somewhere on this side, right? You had to get them through the mountains, and then across that wide chasm over there for the train, all the way to Frisco on this side. Fascinating. Case full of roaches. Gah, why? This device appears to be collecting steam for some reason. Someone appears to be living down here. This machine looks dangerous. A bookcase full of strange science and math books. Weird set of mirrors mounted together here. Must be some kind of must be part of some kind of optics experiment. It still acts basically just like any other mirror. Huh. Scientific vessel of some kind. If this label is to be believed, this is a crate of arcane plates. Big pile composed of 80% garbage and 20% miscellaneous electrical parts. Search for something useful, 5 moxie. Chunk of lead, 11-in-1 oil, piece of scrap metal, something useful, 7 moxie. Pocket battery and gold-plated cable. Alright, well I don't have 9 moxie yet, but whatever. Respectable collection of chemistry equipment. Alright, well, robot battle arena is over there, but let's actually talk to whoever this weirdo is. A nervous-looking guy in his late 40s. Seems surprised to see you in his secret lab. Talk to him. Hi there, I'm Margaret. Hi, I'm Rufus. How did you find this place? I was just kind of poking around in the steam tunnels. Exploring, you know? Ah. Yeah, that's a popular pastime around here. The kids call it hacking. I guess I should have anticipated that when I set up this secret lab. Why do you have a secret lab? Was the department out of regular labs? I'm actually not supposed to be here at all. I used to teach here, but they let me go. Oh, what happened? Did they fire you for using the forbidden math? Oh, not at all. SIT is the last place that would fire you for that. I was joking? They fired me because I didn't make tenure. I was too busy trying to figure out what happened to my missing sister to publish any original research. Alright. So, let's go back up a bit. Oh, doesn't actually repeat the description, but said he was a guy in his 40s, I believe specifically mid-40s. And his name is Rufus, and in this case he's searching for his missing sister, but that's because this game assumes that you played West of Loathing as the same gender as you're playing Shadows over Loathing as. Silly Shadows over Loathing. Rufus was in fact the younger brother of the player character of West of Loathing. So in this case it would have been Melvin Eastwood's younger brother. But again, because this game doesn't actually read any of the data files or anything like that from your, or doesn't have access to your save file of West of Loathing, again, it just assumes that you're going to play as the same gender in both games. Now, MCH told me to play as a female this time around, so I'm playing as a female, Margaret Eckleburg, but I did in fact play as Melvin Eastwood, so this is a similar but parallel universe to Melvin Eastwood's reality, because apparently in this case, the player character was a girl, or a woman. But yeah, Rufus is back, and apparently his sibling went missing. By the way, gender will match whatever gender you had Jessica refer to you as back in the prologue. So, you know, again, Jessica will assume based on which face you select your gender, so she'll call you her if you choose one of the female faces, she'll call you him if you choose one of the male faces. You can, when Jessica is introducing you to Gabby, you can change your pronoun to, you know, he, him, or she, her, or they, them. Rufus, if your pronoun is she, her, will say that he's looking for his missing sister. If you're he, him, looking for his missing brother. And if you're they, them, looking for his missing sibling. Just a quick note that I figured y'all would find interesting and amusing, because again, this is a repeating character, right? This is a returning character from West of Loathing, and it hints as to what happened to, or at least potentially happen to the player character from West of Loathing, because it's not that far, right? Again, 1895 versus 1929, or 1928. Player character was not that old and could easily still be alive. Anyway, that hardly seems fair. It's probably just as well. I don't think I was cut out for being a professor anyway. Department politics are maximally bogus, as the students would say. So, you set up this hidden lab to continue the search for your sister? Yes, basically. Although, I'm taking a more roundabout route towards it now. What happened to your sister? She left home when I was 14 and headed north. Well, we called it west back then. Your choices from the first game do not carry over to this, no. Like, literally, Bugmite can't even tell that I played as a male character in West of Loathing. This game and West of Loathing are completely independent of each other. This game does not have access to the save file of that game, and that game would obviously not have access to the save file on this one. Anyway, she left home when I was 14 and headed north. Well, we called it west back then. She spearheaded the expedition that pushed the Transcontinental Railroad all the way to Frisco. So, again, giving a very vague history of the player character from West of Loathing. Doesn't say whether she was a beanslinger or a... No, it doesn't make any... Well, the one choice that it makes is whether you chose male or female. But it doesn't mention player class, it doesn't mention anything else. Rufus basically only showed up at the very beginning of that game and was basically the one that specified whether you were leaving for adventure, whether you were leaving to help people, or whether you were leaving for money, right? For fortune. That's the only thing Rufus did in that game. In this game, he's actually a very significant side quest. And he's looking for his missing sibling. But, like, nothing I did in West of Loathing would have affected this game anyway. And on the one hand, that's disappointing, but on the other hand, that's fine, right? I get it. You're basically just making it... I mean, it's okay. It's like Red. When you fight Red in Gold, Silver, Crystal, Heart Gold, Soul Silver, right? That's technically the player character from Red and Blue, but the team might be completely, right? It has a preset team, or he has a preset team. Because it can't access your Red and Blue file, right? It'll always be called Red, and it'll always have the exact same team. Now, I'm not saying you can find Melvin Eastwood or the player character from West of Loathing. I'm not saying that. Y'all will have to wait and see where this goes, but, again, it's just one of those things where, your choices in the previous game don't really matter. And again, Rufus's description here is very vague. Right? Spearheaded the expedition that pushed the Transcontinental Railroad all the way to Frisco. Doesn't mention anything about stopping the cows. Doesn't mention anything about the necromancer. Doesn't mention anything about El Vibrato. Right? Because the bare minimum that you had to do to complete West of Loathing was get that train to Frisco. Anyway, wow, she was kind of famous for a while. I used to get postcards from her all the time, referencing the fact that you would send postcards to Rufus every day, but then one day, poof, just vanished off the face of the earth. I talked to all of her friends from back then, but nobody knows where she went. So, friends from back then doesn't even mention a specific partner that you went with, or a horse, or anything. Just your friends from back then, so that could be Susie, that could be Doc Alice, that could be Gary, that could be, Crazy Pete as your partner, that could also be all of the store owners, though I wonder if he actually knows Murray Morris. Because Murray would have been... Well, Murray was one of the shopkeepers that player character might have convinced to go to Dirtwood. Anyway, yeah, talked to all of her friends from back then, but nobody knows where she went. My only guess is that she decided to keep heading north and hopped a ship. Again, remember, north and west have been switched. I couldn't get any passenger records dating that far back, though, so it was pretty much as far as that leads. That's too bad. What are you working on now? Well, this is going to sound crazy, but you know, we have a saying here at SIT. Science that nobody understands is called magic, and science that only one person understands is called mad science. I see. So you're doing a little dabbling in the forbidden arts, eh? Oh no, I checked the rulebook thoroughly, and nothing specifically forbids what I'm doing. I get you. So what's the plan? Well, I mean, I've just met you, and I hesitate to get someone else mixed up in this. Oh, I'm pretty mixed up already. As in confused. In the last few days, I've had to deal with fairies, time holes, shadow monsters, gross fishmen. Oh, you know about the fishmen. That's perfect. I could definitely use your help. I'm glad it wasn't the fairies you were interested in. I am curious, but some other time maybe. What I'm focused on now is predictive quantum telecommunications. I'm gonna need you to explain that to me. Well, there's a brand new field of physics called quantum mechanics. It's only a couple of years old, but if some of the theories pan out, it could be staggering. But the specific part that I'm interested in is that quantum particles appear to be able to communicate over long distances instantaneously. I think this might be an explanation for the magical concept of clairvoyance. Clairvoyance? You mean as in psychic stuff? Tarot cards and crystal balls? Crystal balls! Yes, exactly! I'm trying to make a crystal ball that will show me where my sister is and maybe even let me communicate with her. Neat! How can I help? Okay, well, all the fishmen in the region come from a single source called the Fish Mother. She's sort of like a queen bee, you know. This one creature that laid all the fishman eggs. Which is a little weird, actually, biologically speaking, because that indicates a dangerous lack of genetic diversity. What? See, honeybees avoid inbreeding through an extremely high rate of genetic recombination, but fishmen don't have that advantage, so one would think inbreeding would... What? Oh, sorry. Never mind. I got a little sidetracked there. The important thing is the fish mother is thought to have sort of a magical psychic link with all of the fishmen. Psychic. Okay, gotcha. So, what do you need? Well, legend has it that fish mothers occasionally make huge, beautiful pearls. How they make them is probably too gross to think about, but my working theory is that if it has the right kind of fish mother DNA in it, I might be able to reconfigure it to make my own psychic link. I haven't understood basically anything you've said, so that sounds perfectly reasonable. You need me to get one of those pearls. Yeah, the fish mother's lair is down by the river, but the entrance is sort of a organic valve. Oh, jeez. It's a huge butthole, isn't it? I was going to say cloaca, but yes, it's a huge butthole that keeps out anything that isn't related to the fish mother. So how do I get in? You aren't going to like it. I already don't like it. I can make sort of a disguise goop to cover you with. Swell. How much am I getting paid for this? I don't actually have much meat left after setting up this lab. But maybe the fish mother's lair has some treasure in it? I mean, definitely. The fish mother's lair definitely has a whole lot of great treasure in it. Sure, I'll help. Great! In order to make the fishman disguise goop, I'm going to need some fishman eggs. About 3 pounds of them, according to my calculations. But if the eggs are in the fish mother's lair... No, the regular fishmen carry them around. So keep an eye on them. They have a bunch of little hideouts all over the SIT campus in Ocean City. Or rather, all under, I should say, since they're mostly in the sewers. Well, this just keeps getting better and better. Here, you'll need one of these to open the manhole covers. You got an item, antique manhole cover. Okay, wish me luck. Bookcase full of strange science and math books. Take a look. Wow, these books are way too advanced for me. Actually, there's one that's right up your alley. Third shelf, third from the left. You have the order of your bookshelf memorized? I don't have to memorize it. I understand the principles by which I arrange things, and I never deviate from them. Gotcha, grab the book. Interesting. You look at the third shelf, and sure enough, the third book is eerily relevant to your interest. You got an item, Space Time's Rainbow. Thanks, Rufus. Okay, you've been meaning to read this one for a while, you just haven't got around to it. Grants a combat skill, Reality Shift, gain 3 armor against every element. Read? You read enough of the book to be able to pretend you read it if anybody asks. You could actually read it. That would require a lot of work. If you do, Reality Shift will add an additional 2 armor of every element. Why the hell not? You read the entire book from first page to last. You read every word of every sentence of every paragraph of every chapter. Reality Shift has been upgraded. When you're done, you throw the book away, because now that you've really and truly read it, you'll never need to read it again, because you've definitely already read it. Honest. Alright. Antique manhole opener. Modern sewers use a C-class manhole cover, but this tool doesn't work on those. This one is for old-fashioned B holes. Rufus apparently discarded this cable after it was chewed on by a rat. Just sell it. Pocket battery can add +1 AP to a pair of pants, which is nice. Anyway, one of those newfangled metal detectors. Ask Rufus if you can borrow it. Hey Rufus, can I borrow your metal detector? Sure, if you have a good and specific reason for needing it. I need to find an old key, so I can stop a little girl's house from burning down 230-odd years ago. Yeah, that's good enough for me. Knock yourself out. Got an item, Rufus's metal detector. Thanks. Scientific vessel of some kind. Ask Rufus about it. What's this? A dewar. What's a dewar? A container for fluids. What kind of fluids? Usually valuable scientific substances. Not that one, though. What's in this one? Absinthe. Oh. Can I have it? If you want, sure. Grab it. Hooray! Carefully pack up the dewar for transit back to Goblin House. Got a container of absinthe. Hooray! Alright, can I ask Rufus if I want an arcane hot plate? Can I have one of these hot plates? Sure, I got plenty, and having access to that level of technology will increase the odds that you'll survive helping me. That's very kind of you. You grab one of the hot plates before he does some more math and changes his mind. Got an arcane hot plate. Excellent. So unfortunately, this is in fact a combat skill, but I will get 5 armor against every element, which is maybe helpful. I don't see myself using that over any of these guys, but whatever. Alright. So that's Rufus. And the last thing that I'm going to do before heading out for the evening, there's a lot of loose threads here that I'm going to have to do next time, of course. But I'm going to show off what that antique manhole cover does. Or the antique manhole opener does. You'll find these, right? And I've seen these in quite a few locations so far. If you open it, you can climb down, and you find yourself in an old sewer. And you can do some fishing. Got a fish in a sack. Slithery, filthy bass. Skid-marked scaly fin. Caught everything that was here. But if you go in here, you'll see that there's a steamy cavern. This fisherman is absolutely loving his bath in hot filth. This fisherman is doing his best impression of a crocodile. These two fishermen are sharing a nasty soak. They're too relaxed to worry about you being here. So don't have to fight any of them. There's a nice radio over here. No fishman in this particular pool of boiling goo. There's a massive, horrible, slimy, wriggling golf ball-sized eggs floating in it like the world's biggest and most awful glass of bubble tea. I didn't even know I had 5 hot armor. Huh. Exactly 5 hot armor. All right, then. I'll grab them. You extract the jiggly, squishy, foul-smelling eggs. You got an item, Fishman Row. You're going to need to find 3 of those before you get back to Rufus. And there's a number of different places you can go to get it. And a number of different ways you can go to get it. As Rufus said, there's a bunch of those manhole covers scattered throughout SIT. And in fact, there's another. You know what? That was short. So there's another one here. We'll climb down. We'll do some fishing. Blech mackerel or belch mackerel. Either way works. Scum-sucking muck flipper. There's technically other things you can find here. A nasty bag, hooray. What the hell is the nasty bag? 5 poison to an enemy. Excellent. Keeping your nasty goo in a soggy paper bag is almost worse than not having it in a container at all. Probably. In here, though, there's another restaurant. All sales revolting, and there's another cat. Given the cat's condition, it can only be named Stinky. You need 5 stench armor, which, again, I've got with my booze-soaked handkerchief. New cat unlocked. So you technically don't have to do anything in here, but I'm going to leave him be. I think he grants you stench armor. Morgan's boon is just easily the best boon you can get from a cat. I'm sorry, it's true. There will be a day when you cannot use Morgan's boon. You get the sense that these are actually the clean dishes. Oh boy, pot is catching all the grease drips through the ceiling. Already got enough nasty goo. So remember that this is right below the restaurant upstairs. Huh, wonder if the underground restaurant upstairs knows that there's an even undergrounder one down here. Fishman behind the counter regards you cheerfully. Ask what's for sale. He seems delighted that you ask. He plonks a tin bucket full of raw, chopped up fish parts onto the counter. Garnishes it with a lemon wedge. Then he makes an expansive gesture at it like a used car salesman. Waggles all 10 of his fingers at you. Buy it for 10 meat. Takes your meat excitedly. Pushes the bucket towards you along with a bent tin fork and a hardly used paper napkin. Pretty sure you see one of the fish heads twitch as you pick up the bucket. Bucket of chum. Ugh. Roots around behind his counter for something else to sell you. Holds up a fishing spear with a hole still wiggling. Fish impaled on it. From his gestures and excited babbling, it seems like you get to keep the spears the main selling point here. When you ask how much, he flashes his outstretched fingers at you twice. Buy it for 20 meat. Bows graciously as he hands you the spear. While he's distracted with your meat, you nonchalantly slide the fish off the end of the spear and take it away without him noticing. Got a fishman throwing spear. Yeesh. Roots around behind his counter for something else to sell you. Shows you a small glass bottle filled with some kind of oil. Gestures seem to indicate that it's freshly squeezed. He holds up one finger, quickly holds it up again 5 more times. Buy it for 6 meat. Alright, pay a meat, take the bottle, which is somehow greasier on the outside than on the inside. Fish liver oil. Ew. He roots around behind his counter for something else to sell you. This time he puts another bucket of chum on the counter and gives you a big grin and 2 thumbs up. Then he holds up both hands worth of fingers, then a third hand. When you protest that it was only 10 the first time, he holds up a card that says market price. Buy it. Fine, 15 meat. You hand him the meat and take the bucket. This one seems to have more random guts and organs in it than the first one. Is that good or bad? Well, it cost 5 more meat, so ew. He reaches behind his counter for something else to sell you. He seems to be out of goods, but not wanting to turn away his best customer ever. He plops a big handful of fishman eggs on the counter. He holds up one outstretched hand, then repeatedly opens and closes it 12, 13, 14 more times. Alright, buy it for 75 meat. You spend 75 meat, takes your meat with an expression of pure delight, and grabs your hand in a wet handshake that you politely disengage from as soon as possible. You got the Fishman Row. Phew. Doesn't have anything else for sale, thank God. So, alright, that's already 2 out of 3 of the Fishman Row that I need for Rufus. But that is, I believe, where I'm going to end things off for today. It's already about 15 minutes after I would normally end. You do have to purchase everything from that Fishman in order to actually get the Fishman Row, to get him to sell the Fishman Row. So, yeah, that is definitively the thing. Alright, so if you only caught part of today's stream, you can watch the entire thing over on my YouTube channel over there. It is earlier than some of the other times I have ended, yes. But I'm technically supposed to end at 11:30 my time. It is currently 11:46. Oh well. Anyway, if you're watching this on YouTube and you want to catch me live on my Twitch channel, you can catch me live on my Twitch channel over there. I normally go live Monday and Wednesday evenings at 7:30 p.m. U.S. Central Time. Monday evenings with Ace Attorney 3. Wednesday evenings with Shadows Over Loathing. You can also catch me on the Bulba Garden Twitch channel on Sundays. Bulba Garden Twitch channel over there. I go live on Sundays at 8:30 a.m. U.S. Central Time. This upcoming Sunday should hopefully be my very last Pokemon Y stream, as I have finally beaten the Elite Four and the pitiful champion who I swept with a fucking Carbink. Seriously. And the Carbink was frozen for like a billion turns against her Aurorus. It was goddamn embarrassing how easy she was. Anyway. Yeah, hopefully I'll finish that up on Sunday, and, you know, if I finish that up before the end of my normal time on Sunday, I will probably be doing some raids in Pokemon Scarlet, because they announced that stupid thing to get us to KO a shiny Wo-Chien or whatever a million times before we can actually catch it. Fucking Pokemon Company makes some weird-ass decisions sometimes. Anyway, you can also catch other great streamers over on the Bulba Garden channel, such as Dapper Cody, who raided us this evening, as well as Mem and Mochi, sorry, not Mem, Mochi and Magnadeath. You can also catch Caps Fan, who will be streaming there tomorrow evening with his Nuzlocke series. You can also catch him over on his own channel over there. And when Dawning Winds is able to, she streams both on Bulba Garden and on her own channel, which is over there. Like I said, I believe that will do it for me for this evening. So yeah, I think, yeah, no, I'm going to head out for the evening. So, as always, I am Maniacal Engineer, and I'm never going to give you up, never going to let you down. Thank you all for watching, and God bless this mess. Hopefully I'll see you at the Bulba Garden channel on Sunday.